Carl Jung said, "Don't despair. The universe isolates you for a reason. In the middle of difficulty lies opportunity." Albert Einstein. Have you ever wondered why life sometimes pulls you away from certain people, places, or paths? What if this isolation isn't a setback, but the universe's way of reshaping you into who you were meant to become? In today's episode of Spiritual Wisdom, we'll uncover Carl Jung's timeless insight into why solitude can be the most powerful stage of your transformation. As you listen, think about moments in your life when isolation became a turning point and share your thoughts in the comments. You never know who your story might inspire. 1. Isolation is not punishment, but transformation. The universe often removes you from people, situations, and familiar paths not to punish you, but to create the sacred space your soul needs for transformation. This separation strips away the noise and distractions that keep you entangled in roles, expectations, and routines that no longer serve your growth. Carl Jung called this journey individuation, the profound process of integrating the conscious and unconscious parts of yourself so you can live in wholeness and authenticity. It is in the stillness of isolation that the quiet voice within finally becomes audible, guiding you toward the deeper truths you've long ignored. In the absence of constant activity and external validation, you begin to face the unfiltered mirror of your inner world. The layers you have built to protect yourself, patterns, habits, masks, start to dissolve, revealing the raw and unedited truth of who you are. Jung understood that the unconscious is a vast reservoir of hidden wisdom, buried emotions, and symbolic messages. When life draws you away from the crowd, it is often because your soul needs you to turn inward and explore this hidden territory. Like a deep sea diver descending into uncharted waters, you are invited to uncover treasures buried far beneath the surface, treasures that could never be found in the shallow tides of daily busyness. This is not an easy journey. At first, the silence can feel heavy, almost unbearable, because it forces you to confront the parts of yourself you've avoided. The shadows emerge, the fears, wounds, and unhealed experiences that have quietly shaped your choices. Yet, it is in this very confrontation that transformation takes root. The soil of the soul must sometimes be tilled and cleared of weeds before it can nourish new growth. The universe knows that without this stripping away, you cannot fully align your outer life with your inner truth. Isolation becomes a spiritual greenhouse, a protected environment where the fragile seedlings of self-awareness can grow strong before they face the unpredictable weather of the world. In this sacred space, the boundaries between the conscious and unconscious begin to soften. Dreams become more vivid. Symbols and synchronicities appear, and insights arrive with startling clarity. You begin to notice the patterns that have governed your relationships, the archetypes you've unconsciously lived out, and the hidden motives behind your choices. Every realization is like a thread being pulled from a tangled knot, slowly unraveling the old fabric so a new one can be woven. Just as the tree must endure the stillness and apparent lifelessness of winter before the vitality of spring, your soul, too, must retreat into quiet before it can bloom again. This withdrawal is a gathering of strength, a deep alignment with your true nature, so that when you return to the flow of life, you will move from a place of power rather than survival. The people and opportunities that meet you after this season will no longer resonate with the version of you that existed before, because you will not be that person anymore. You will carry a new clarity, a grounded sense of self, and the ability to walk your path without bending to the noise around you. In this way, isolation is not a void, but a womb, dark, still, and nurturing, where the soul prepares for rebirth. What feels like loss is often the removal of what could not follow you into your next chapter. What feels like emptiness is simply space being made for the fullness of who you are becoming. And what feels like an ending is, in truth, the beginning of your deepest alignment with the life you were meant to live. Have you ever embraced a period of isolation as a gift from the universe? If so, share in the comments how it transformed you so others can be inspired. If not, simply comment, "I will embrace it," and let's walk this path of self-discovery and wholeness together. 2. The role of the shadow. Carl Jung taught that one of the most vital steps on the path to self-realization is the integration of the shadow, the hidden, often rejected aspects of yourself that you've pushed into the dark. These are the traits you deny, the emotions you hide, and the desires you pretend don't exist. Isolation, rather than being a cruel punishment, strips away the external noise, the endless validations, and the social obligations that allow you to keep running from these parts of yourself. In that stillness, there is no audience to perform for, no constant distractions to shield you from your inner world. You are left with yourself raw, unfiltered, and unmasked, and it is here that the process of individuation truly begins. It is here you are given the chance to meet your own soul face to face. In modern life, this often happens in moments we least expect. The job you thought was secure suddenly ends. Friends you believed would be there forever slowly drift away, or circumstances force you into more evenings alone than you've ever experienced. At first, it feels like loss upon loss, as if the universe is closing every door at once. But Carl Jung would remind you that these moments are not about abandonment. They are about revelation. Without the need to constantly present yourself to others, you begin to notice patterns you've long ignored. You might see that much of your identity was built on pleasing people who never truly saw you. You may realize how often you've silenced your own needs to avoid conflict. These truths can feel like sharp edges cutting into the illusions you've carried. Yet they are also the chisels shaping you into a more authentic version of yourself. The shadow, Jung believed, is not just a storehouse for the negative, it also contains hidden gifts, creativity, and resilience. The anger you've kept locked away might actually be your inner compass, pointing toward violated boundaries. The envy you've buried could be a signpost directing you toward desires you've been too afraid to claim. Even the sadness you've tried to outrun might be the wellspring of your deepest empathy. Isolation forces you to sit with these feelings, to listen to what they are trying to teach you, and to reclaim the parts of yourself you once thought you had to reject. In our hyper-connected world, this is rare work. Most people drown their inner voice in the constant hum of messages, social feeds, and endless entertainment. Facing the shadow requires a willingness to pause, to be still, and to witness your own contradictions without judgment. Jung understood that without this inner reckoning, you remain divided, forever seeking validation outside yourself, instead of living from the grounded power of wholeness. Isolation, then, becomes not an exile, but a sanctuary, a sacred space where the distractions fall away so that the truth can rise. When life pulls you away from the familiar, it is an invitation to see yourself more clearly than ever before. Your fears may reveal where you are meant to grow. Your hidden desires may point to your true calling. Your unacknowledged traits may hold the strength you need for the next chapter. This is the essence of individuation, not to become someone entirely new, but to embrace the fullness of who you already are. And sometimes, the only way to find that fullness is by walking through the silence of isolation, listening closely to your soul, and allowing the parts you once rejected to become the very sources of your strength. 3. Creative solitude and inner wisdom. When the world's noise fades away and you find yourself wrapped in the quiet of solitude, it is not emptiness. It is the universe creating a sacred space for your spiritual growth. Alone time becomes a sanctuary where your thoughts settle, your emotions breathe, and your soul finally speaks with clarity. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." And in that awakening, you discover that solitude is not a prison, but a doorway. In that stillness, the fog of confusion lifts. Creativity begins to flow effortlessly, and your intuition steps forward as your most trusted guide. This is where you meet the truest version of yourself, the one that is unshaped by the expectations, noise, and judgments of the outside world. Many of history's greatest minds, Leonardo da Vinci, Nikola Tesla, Emily Dickinson, and Jung himself, sought solitude not because they rejected the world, but because they understood it was the birthplace of deep insight and transformative work. When you step away from the constant demands and endless chatter, you create the mental and emotional space for your subconscious to weave together patterns, reveal hidden truths, and deliver ideas that could never emerge in the chaos of distraction. Solitude is like tending a delicate spiritual garden. If you trample through it constantly, weighed down by noise and clutter, nothing fragile or beautiful can grow. But when you clear the space, when you allow silence to stretch out like fertile soil, the seeds of creativity and wisdom within you begin to bloom. This is the kind of inner richness that cannot be rushed. It unfolds only when you give yourself permission to be still. It is also in these moments that your intuition sharpens, becoming more than just a whisper. It becomes a compass. Without the constant influence of trends, opinions, and pressures, you start to feel the difference between what the world tells you to want and what your soul is truly calling you toward. Jung believed that this inner listening is essential for individuation, the process of becoming whole. Without it, your identity risks being built on borrowed beliefs instead of your own spiritual truth. If you have ever been told that your desire for solitude is strange or selfish, remember that some of humanity's most profound breakthroughs were born in the quiet. Great novels, scientific revolutions, and spiritual revelations have all emerged from this sacred space. Henry David Thoreau once said, "I never found a companion that was so companionable as solitude." And in that truth lies a reminder. When you are alone in stillness, you are not truly alone. You are in the presence of your own soul. The universe does not isolate you to punish you, but to prepare you. It removes the distractions so you can hear what has been waiting within you all along. It gives you time to align with your higher self, to awaken dormant parts of your mind, and to create something that can transform not only your life, but the lives of others. In embracing solitude, you step into the quiet forge where the most powerful versions of yourself are shaped, where your spiritual purpose begins to shine, and where the wisdom you uncover becomes the gift you carry back to the world. Comment below. I embrace my sacred solitude if you're ready to turn this season of isolation into a wellspring of clarity, creativity, and inner wisdom. 4. Synchronicity and hidden purpose. Through isolation, the unconscious and the universe can finally speak to you without interference. And in that silence, you begin to notice that nothing is as random as it once appeared. The conversations you overhear, the song lyrics that echo your private thoughts, the unexpected encounter with someone who offers exactly the words you needed, all of these begin to align in ways that feel too precise to be coincidence. Carl Jung described this as synchronicity, the mysterious connection between inner shifts and outer events, as though your soul's quiet awakening is causing the fabric of reality to rearrange itself around you. This is why your isolation is not empty space. It is a living, breathing field of meaning in which subtle signs are planted like seeds, each one nudging you toward a path you might not yet be able to see. In this space, away from the noise, you begin to hear the soft but insistent voice within, the one that has been drowned out by the demands, expectations, and distractions of the external world. Without the constant pull of other people's energy, your unconscious is free to send you messages that rise like waves from deep waters. Truths about who you are, what you value, and what you must release in order to grow. You may wake with sudden clarity about a choice you've been avoiding, or feel an unshakable pull toward a new direction, or simply know that a chapter of your life is closing even before the evidence appears. This is the work of both the soul and the universe, moving together in a quiet, deliberate partnership to prepare you for transformation. What seems like separation is often a cocoon, a protective boundary within which change can happen without interference. Just as the caterpillar must dissolve entirely before becoming the butterfly, you too may feel as if parts of your old self are breaking down. The patterns you once followed, the identities you wore, the stories you told yourself they no longer fit because something larger is being built in their place. And while this process can feel disorienting, even painful, the synchronicities you encounter are there to reassure you that you are not lost. You are aligning. Each meaningful coincidence is like a hand on your back, a quiet push reminding you that you are exactly where you need to be, even if you cannot yet see the destination. The more you trust this process, the more clearly the signs appear. A book arrives in your life at the exact moment its message can change you. An old dream resurfaces with renewed urgency, calling you to pursue it. An obstacle forces you to slow down, only to reveal that the delay led you to something far better than what you had planned. These are not accidents. They are the universe's way of working in harmony with your soul's deeper knowing. Isolation sharpens your ability to recognize these threads, to see how they weave together into a pattern that could not have emerged in the chaos of constant motion. When you begin to live with this awareness, every moment becomes a conversation with something greater. The stillness becomes less of a void and more of a sacred space where life reveals its hidden architecture. You realize that isolation was never about removing you from the world. It was about placing you in the exact position where you could finally see the path that has been waiting for you all along. And as you step forward, guided by these subtle but undeniable signals, you understand that what felt like loss was actually alignment, and that every quiet moment was preparing you for the most meaningful stage of your journey. If you found these insights meaningful, be sure to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's continue exploring the deeper truths the universe reveals through solitude and synchronicity together. 5. The dark night of the soul. Deep loneliness, often referred to as the dark night of the soul, is not simply an emotional void, but a sacred stage in the transformation of your inner world. Carl Jung understood this as a pivotal moment in the journey of individuation, the process of becoming whole by integrating every aspect of yourself, including the parts you've hidden, denied, or neglected. When the universe draws you away from familiar people, routines, and environments, it is not punishing you, but guiding you into a space where the noise of the world fades and the whispers of your true self can finally be heard. This separation strips away the masks you've worn to please others, the identities shaped by societal expectations, and the beliefs that were never truly yours. In a modern life defined by constant connection, this isolation can feel abrupt and unsettling, triggered by the loss of a job, the end of a relationship, or a sudden shift in health. Yet beneath the discomfort lies an invisible design. Your soul is preparing you for a deeper alignment, clearing away what no longer serves so you can step into a life that is authentically your own. It is in these seasons of stillness that a hidden alchemy takes place. You may feel the ache of disconnection, the restlessness of uncertainty, but you are also being refined like gold in fire. Every false identity begins to dissolve. Every old narrative that once defined you starts to crumble. Without the distractions and demands of the outside world, you are left face to face with your own truth, your fears, your longings, your untapped strengths. This is the uncomfortable yet necessary stage where the unconscious begins to surface, where the patterns that have silently dictated your life become visible. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." The isolation is the doorway through which this awareness enters. And once you walk through it, nothing will ever look the same again. There was a woman who spent over a decade climbing the corporate ladder, investing her entire identity into her career. When an unexpected layoff stripped her of that role, she felt shattered. Her sense of worth tied so tightly to her job title that she could not see who she was without it. In the early weeks, friends were scarce, and the silence of her days felt unbearable. But as time passed, she began to rediscover forgotten passions: painting, hiking, writing, and slowly, her life began to take a different shape. The loss that once felt like an end revealed itself as a beginning. She was no longer living to meet external expectations. She was living from a place of inner truth. Her solitude had been the catalyst for self-discovery, forcing her to confront the parts of herself she had abandoned in the pursuit of success. This is the gift hidden within the darkness, the chance to rebuild on a foundation that is entirely your own. When the universe isolates you, it is often answering a silent prayer your soul has been making for years a plea for authenticity, for clarity, for liberation from illusions. Rather than resisting the solitude, allow it to be the crucible that shapes you. Use it to listen more deeply to your intuition, to heal what has long been avoided, and to align your life with your highest values. Isolation is not the end of your story, but the bridge between who you were and who you are meant to become. Through this process, you will return to the world not as someone desperate for approval, but as someone rooted in truth, able to connect without losing yourself. The universe does not pull you away to leave you empty. It does so to prepare you for the life, purpose, and peace that can only be found when you are fully aligned with the deepest calling of your soul. Do you feel this truth in your heart? If you do, declare it boldly in the comments. I am being reborn into my true self. 6. Voluntary versus forced isolation. Sometimes life places you in two very different kinds of solitude, the one you choose and the one you never asked for. In voluntary isolation, you make a conscious decision to step away from the noise, to slow the pace, to retreat into a quieter rhythm where you can hear your own thoughts without the constant interference of the outside world. It's the moment when you decide to close the door, not out of fear, but out of the desire to reclaim your inner space. Forced isolation, however, arrives uninvited through heartbreak, loss, illness, betrayal, or sudden life changes that push you away from the familiar. At first, it can feel like exile, like the universe has turned its back on you and left you to face the silence alone. Yet Carl Jung's wisdom reminds us, who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes. What seems like abandonment is often an unseen spiritual intervention, a necessary clearing so that the truth within you can rise without the distortion of outside voices. Whether chosen or imposed, isolation has a way of stripping life down to its raw essence. It removes the noise, the endless distractions, the constant tug of war for your attention, until you are left face to face with yourself. This is where the spiritual journey deepens, when you have no one to perform for, no role to play, and no audience to please. Discomfort often comes first, but it is in that discomfort that the greatest revelations emerge. You begin to notice the patterns you've been repeating unconsciously, the desires you've been burying, the fears you've been avoiding, and the strengths you didn't know you had. This is why monks retreat to mountains, sages wander into the desert, and writers seek quiet rooms, because solitude, when embraced, becomes a sacred mirror. It reflects not who the world thinks you are, but who you truly are beneath every mask. Forced isolation can be one of life's most misunderstood blessings. It is the universe's way of removing what no longer serves your soul's evolution, even if you would have never let it go on your own. Sometimes people, places, or habits fall away, not because they were bad, but because they kept you small. In that emptiness, you are given the space to repair your spirit, to build an unshakable sense of self-worth, and to strengthen your connection with the spiritual core that will guide your next chapter. This is not a time of punishment. It is a time of preparation. It is the pruning before the bloom, the stillness before the next great movement of your life. And when you emerge from it wiser, lighter, and more certain of who you are, you will understand that the isolation you once feared was in fact the most profound gift the universe could have given you. 7. Resisting isolation blocks growth. Resisting isolation through constant distractions or the endless search for external validation becomes a silent thief of growth, quietly robbing you of the chance to face yourself and integrate the hidden parts of your being. In avoiding solitude, you avoid the shadow of those unacknowledged aspects of your soul that carry the deepest truths about who you are. Without this confrontation, self-awareness remains shallow, and life becomes a performance, a constant effort to please others while betraying the essence within. The masks you wear might win approval, but they leave an emptiness that no applause can fill. Solitude is not a punishment. It is the universe clearing space for transformation, stripping away the noise and the roles you've been conditioned to play so that the unfiltered self can finally emerge. In that quiet space, the process of individuation that Carl Jung spoke of takes root. A journey of weaving together every fragmented piece of your identity into a whole, authentic self. This path demands that you meet your own shadow without fear, that you acknowledge the wounds you've tried to bury, and that you accept the truths you've long avoided. It is uncomfortable, even painful, but in this stillness, you begin to recognize the patterns that have been running your life, the beliefs that have kept you small, and the cycles that keep repeating until you choose to break them. Yet most people try to bypass this sacred work. They drown themselves in the digital noise of endless scrolling, rush from one social engagement to the next, or bury their discomfort in work that demands their time but not their heart. But the soul is not fooled. It waits patiently, sending the same lessons back again and again until you are willing to sit still and listen. The longer you resist, the louder these lessons become, often arriving as heartbreak, disconnection, or an inner restlessness that no distraction can soothe. The paradox is that the stillness you fear holds the very freedom you seek. It is in solitude that you stop performing and start hearing your own voice, your deepest needs, and the subtle whispers of the universe guiding you toward alignment. In time, the isolation you once resisted becomes a sanctuary, a place where your soul breathes freely, unburdened by expectations or roles. And when you return to the world from this place, you carry a quiet strength, a clarity that cannot be shaken, because you have met yourself in the depths and chosen to live in truth. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss insights like this that guide you toward true self-awareness and authentic living. Comment below. I embrace solitude for my highest growth. 8. The reward of embracing solitude. Carl Jung once said that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And often, life pushes us into solitude so that we can uncover that truth without the noise of other people's expectations. When the universe isolates you, it can feel unsettling. You might question why certain friends drift away, why familiar opportunities suddenly dissolve, or why you no longer feel at home in the places you once loved. But this separation is not punishment. It is preparation, a sacred space where you are being reshaped for the next chapter of your life. In a world that mistakes constant connection for genuine belonging, solitude becomes one of the most precious gifts you can receive. Think of the professional who loses a stable corporate job only to later build a business that aligns perfectly with their deepest passion. or the person who walks away from a draining social circle and, in the quiet, finally hears their own inner voice. These moments are not accidents. They are invitations for the soul to breathe, for the mind to focus, and for the heart to realign with its truest calling. Carl Jung's concept of individuation reminds us that becoming whole requires the integration of every part of ourselves, our strengths and vulnerabilities, our light and shadow, our joys and our pain. This inner work demands stillness, honesty, and courage, qualities that are nearly impossible to cultivate when we are lost in the constant noise of external validation. Isolation removes the background chatter and forces us to face our unfiltered selves. It teaches us to trust our own judgment, to follow our intuition without apology, and to align our actions with our authentic values. It is not an escape from life, but a refining process that allows us to re-enter it stronger, clearer, and more grounded. In modern life, many people try to escape solitude by drowning it in distractions, endless scrolling, overscheduling, or surrounding themselves with people who do not nourish their spirit. Yet those who dare to remain in that quiet space long enough begin to discover a rare clarity that others can sense but not fully explain. They stop chasing validation because they have already validated themselves. They stop fearing judgment because they have learned that truth does not require permission to exist. Solitude becomes a training ground for resilience. Much like muscles grow stronger under resistance, the soul becomes unshakable when it learns to stand on its own. The reward of embracing solitude, as Carl Jung's wisdom shows us, is that you return to the world no longer half-formed or desperately trying to fit in, but as a whole person who knows their place and purpose. You connect with others not out of need, but out of choice, creating relationships built on authenticity rather than fear of being alone. You begin to move through life with a calm strength, unaffected by external chaos, because your roots run deep within yourself. The true message here is that isolation is not the end of your story. It is the sacred chapter where you meet your own soul, strip away the false layers, and emerge wiser, freer, and more resilient than ever before. And so, remember this: your isolation is not an accident, nor is it a sign of failure. It is a sacred pause, a necessary space where the universe shapes you, strengthens you, and prepares you for the path only you can walk. As Carl Jung taught, the journey inward is often the most challenging, but it is also the one that leads to true wholeness. Trust this season, for it is the soil in which your soul's purpose will take root. If this message spoke to you, please like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming insights and guidance for your journey. 8 subtle signs someone secretly hates you. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where we uncover the hidden truths shaping your emotional and spiritual reality. Have you ever sensed that someone close to you is wearing a mask, saying the right words, smiling in your face, yet something inside you whispers that their energy tells a different story? In today's video, we'll explore 8 subtle but powerful signs that someone may secretly harbor resentment or hostility, even while pretending to be your friend. These insights come straight from Carl Jung's profound shadow psychology and will help you protect your peace, strengthen your intuition, and grow wiser in your relationships. As you listen, reflect on your own experiences. Have you ever felt this, but didn't know why? Comment below with "I trust my intuition" if you're ready to see through the masks and walk in greater spiritual clarity. 1. Contempt disguised as irony. Have you ever laughed along with someone only to feel a sting inside your chest moments later? A quiet ache you couldn't name, but one that lingered long after the conversation ended. Sometimes, what's dressed up as humor is actually something far darker. Contempt disguised as irony. Carl Jung taught that what we repress doesn't disappear. It slips out through the cracks in disguise, projected onto others, often without awareness. And one of the most common ways this projection shows up is through sarcasm, jokes, and backhanded compliments aimed directly at the soul of who you are. These people will smile as they stab, cloak hostility in humor, and then accuse you of being too sensitive when you finally speak up. This is not harmless teasing. This is shadow play. When someone frequently targets your insecurities under the guise of humor, it's a reflection of their own hidden wounds, unresolved envy, or inferiority energies too painful for them to admit, so they cast them onto you in a socially acceptable way. Jung called this projection a psychological defense mechanism that allows people to dump their unconscious emotions onto others. And in this case, they weaponize words while maintaining the appearance of friendliness. That's what makes it so confusing, so emotionally draining. You're left questioning yourself, wondering if you overreacted, when in fact, your intuition picked up on something very real. Sarcasm that leaves you feeling small, jokes that highlight your failures, and constant teasing that chips away at your self-worth are not signs of camaraderie, they are red flags. These subtle assaults may not leave bruises on the body, but they bruise the soul, and over time, they erode trust and connection. And when you confront this behavior, they rarely take responsibility. Instead, they pivot, deflect, or accuse. "I was only kidding," they'll say. Or worse, "You're just too emotional." This is gaslighting, a manipulation tactic designed to make you question your reality and silence your truth. But Carl Jung reminds us that our soul always knows. It knows when something feels off, even when the surface looks fine. Your discomfort is your guidance. Your hurt is not a weakness, it's a signal. And when you listen to that signal, you reclaim your power. You stop tolerating spiritual microaggressions that eat away at your self-esteem and start honoring your boundaries, your worth, and your emotional truth. These experiences aren't just psychological, they're deeply spiritual. Because when someone's shadow attacks your light, it's not a random act. It's a clash of frequencies. It's one soul reacting to the presence of another that reflects back their own fragmentation. So the next time someone makes you the butt of their jokes, pay attention not just to what they say, but to how your soul responds. Does your body tense? Does your spirit shrink? That's not a coincidence. It's a message. You are not here to be anyone's emotional dumpster or unconscious target. You are here to live in alignment with your soul's truth. And that means recognizing when love is false, even when it smiles. Because true connection doesn't humiliate, it uplifts. It doesn't provoke pain, it fosters safety. Your soul deserves nothing less. If you've ever felt the sting behind someone's joke, you're not alone. Carl Jung taught us that what people project often reveals more about them than it does about us. Comment, "I agree," if you've experienced sarcasm used as a mask for contempt, or "I don't think so." If you see it differently, we'd love to hear your perspective. 2. Subtle sabotage. They undermine you in ways so quiet, so cleverly disguised, that you question your own instincts, like when they conveniently forget to pass on crucial information, or give you advice that somehow always leads to confusion, delay, or failure. And just when you're about to rise, when that opportunity finally appears, or you're on the verge of achieving something important, here comes the complication, the mix-up, the emotional detour they help create. You wonder if it's bad luck, or maybe they're just overwhelmed. But when it keeps happening, a deeper truth starts to emerge. Carl Jung called this the manifestation of the shadow, the hidden, repressed part of the psyche that contains jealousy, insecurity, and unresolved wounds. When someone hasn't integrated their shadow, they often sabotage others, not out of malice, but because your growth threatens their carefully constructed identity. If your soul shines too brightly, it makes them feel the weight of their own unlived potential. They might not even realize they're doing it after all. The shadow works in secret, but you feel it. In the moment, they call your dream unrealistic, or offer support that's laced with hesitation, or celebrate you in public while sowing doubt in private. It happens at work, when a colleague leaves you out of an important email chain and later says, "Oh, I assumed you knew." It happens in friendships, when someone gives you bad advice and then watches from the sidelines as you struggle, offering comfort but never accountability. It happens in love, when a partner cheers for your ambition but subtly pulls away each time you get closer to your purpose. It's not the loud betrayal that wounds the soul. It's the 1,000 small acts of disguised resistance. Carl Jung warned that what we do not bring to consciousness will rule our lives. That includes the unconscious intentions of others. And if you ignore those subtle patterns long enough, your energy begins to fracture under the weight of constant second-guessing. The story many of us live is this: we begin to awaken, to speak our truth, to step into the life we feel called to lead. And instead of being met with celebration, we are met with silence, avoidance, and invisible walls. That's because your evolution triggers what others haven't healed. And their shadow wants one thing to bring you back to where it feels safe. But your soul didn't come here to play small. It came to remember. So you must learn to recognize the difference between someone who truly supports you and someone who only tolerates your light when it doesn't shine too far beyond theirs. Watch how they respond to your confidence, your boundaries, your peace. Because the ones who carry hidden envy will sabotage you in smiles. They will clap for your wins with one hand while plotting your doubt with the other. This isn't about paranoia. It's about self-respect. Trust the patterns, not just the words. Because when someone consistently causes confusion, delays your growth, or makes you feel smaller in their presence, it's not love, it's a shadow war. And the greatest act of spiritual strength is not confrontation, but clarity. You are not here to dim your light to protect someone else's insecurity. You are here to rise. As Carl Jung said, your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. Let this truth awaken you not to bitterness, but to boundaries. Not to suspicion, but to soul wisdom. Have you ever felt like someone was quietly working against you, subtly making things harder, without ever admitting it? If you've experienced this kind of sabotage, comment yes. If not, comment no. And if you're unsure, or it only happens sometimes, type sometimes below. Let's see how many of us have felt this hidden tension. 3. Silent competition. They smile when you share good news, but somehow you feel smaller afterward. You tell them about your promotion, and they respond with a bigger one. You mention your new car, and they talk about theirs being more expensive, faster, or rare. At first, you may brush it off as coincidence, but if you look closely, you'll begin to notice a pattern. They can't genuinely celebrate you unless they feel like they've surpassed you. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." And this truth cuts to the heart of silent competition. According to Jung's shadow psychology, this need to constantly one-up others is often not a sign of confidence, but a desperate attempt to mask a spiritual wound, a feeling of deep inadequacy that has been buried and never healed. These individuals unconsciously project their inner inferiority onto you, turning every interaction into a subtle contest that you never agreed to enter. What makes this even more confusing is that they often appear supportive on the surface. They might clap for you, but there's tension in the air, a strange energy that leaves you second-guessing your joy. They'll give you a compliment, but somehow twist the conversation to center themselves, reclaiming the spotlight in ways that are hard to call out without sounding petty. This behavior is often rooted in the fear of being invisible, of not mattering unless they're the best in the room. In spiritual terms, it's a form of ego possession, a shadow-driven defense mechanism that keeps them from facing their own sense of not being enough. They believe your success reflects their failure rather than recognizing that two souls can shine simultaneously. And if you've ever tried to dim your own light to make them feel more comfortable, you already know the high cost of staying connected to someone who's quietly competing with you. It becomes exhausting, draining your energy and dimming your spirit over time. Spiritually conscious relationships, on the other hand, celebrate mutual growth and expansion. There's no scoreboard, only genuine support. In a world where appearances often mask deeper truths, recognizing silent competition is not just about protecting your peace. It's about awakening to the subtle ways spiritual envy can hide behind fake smiles and polite applause. The goal isn't to confront or accuse, but to become more aware of the energies you allow into your space. As Jung reminds us, your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. So look inward, trust your intuition, and honor your soul's need for authentic connection. Because when someone is silently competing with you, they're not just diminishing your light, they're revealing how disconnected they are from their own. And your awareness of this isn't judgment, it's spiritual self-protection. 4. Superficial support. They say they support you, but their energy tells another story. A story of absence wrapped in politeness, of distance masked by smiles. Their words might be sweet, even congratulatory, but when life gets heavy or your soul shines too brightly, they vanish or fall silent. You feel it in their presence, cold, disconnected, indifferent, like they're physically with you, but emotionally somewhere else. Carl Jung called this kind of emotional detachment ego dissociation, where a person becomes so disconnected from their own emotions that they lose the capacity for authentic connection. When someone cannot access their own soul, when they've buried their true feelings beneath layers of ego, shame, or comparison, they also become unable to meet yours with genuine warmth. So instead of celebrating your growth, they offer shallow validation that feels scripted, almost robotic. It's not always what they say, it's what they withhold. The lack of eye contact, the delayed response to your joy, the subtle shift in tone when you talk about something meaningful. These are not coincidences. They are signals from the unconscious, clues from the shadow that Jung said holds all the parts of ourselves we repress: jealousy, envy, inadequacy, fear. And when your soul glows with clarity and peace, it threatens those who are still avoiding their own shadows. Your light exposes their darkness, not because you intend to, but because truth reveals what is false. So they retreat, emotionally and spiritually, offering you only a diluted version of friendship, one that looks real but feels empty. This isn't about drama or overanalyzing every interaction. It's about honoring your soul's intelligence, that soft discomfort in your gut, that inner whisper saying something is off that is wisdom. Energy always speaks first. Words follow, but the soul feels the truth before the mind can explain it. The most dangerous form of pretense is not hatred, it's false support. Because it confuses the heart, makes you doubt your own perception, and can leave you spiritually exhausted. So pay attention to what is said and unsaid. Look beyond gestures and ask yourself, does their presence nourish or drain me? Do they show up when it matters or only when it benefits them? The soul doesn't lie. And when you trust it, you free yourself from illusions disguised as kindness, from approval that lacks depth, and from connections that look safe but are spiritually hollow. You deserve relationships that move beyond the surface, that feel like home, that breathe life into your being, not those that make your spirit question its worth. If you've ever felt the sting of empty words and distant energy, you're not alone. If this message speaks to your soul, consider subscribing and hitting the notification bell. Your path to emotional clarity and deeper spiritual connection grows with every insight we share. 5. Control, disguised as concern. They won't yell. They won't openly criticize. Instead, they'll wrap their control in the softness of concern, slipping manipulation into the tone of care and calling it love. I'm just looking out for you, they'll say. I care about your future, that's why I'm asking. But somehow, every time you speak with them, you leave feeling smaller, second-guessing your decisions, wondering if maybe they're right and you're not ready. What they're really doing is projecting their fear onto your freedom. Carl Jung called this the shadow, the unconscious part of ourselves that holds our deepest fears, insecurities, and suppressed emotions. And when someone hasn't dealt with their own chaos, they'll unconsciously try to regulate yours. Your courage threatens their comfort. Your clarity disrupts their illusion of control. And so they use concern as a leash, subtly tugging you back when you try to run toward your truth. I remember the story of a woman named Sarah who had spent years in a soul-draining corporate job. One day, she finally decided to break free and open her own yoga and wellness studio. It wasn't just a career change, it was a spiritual awakening, a return to herself. But instead of celebration, her closest friend began offering constant advice. Are you sure this isn't too risky? What if the economy crashes? What if you're not cut out for this? It was never outright disapproval, just a steady stream of doubt disguised as love. Over time, Sarah realized that her friend wasn't trying to protect her. She was trying to keep her from leaving the shared space of limitation they both once occupied. Sarah's leap forced her friend to confront her own stagnation, and that was too uncomfortable. As Carl Jung said, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. Her friend was not reacting to Sarah's actions. She was reacting to the parts of herself she hadn't yet owned. This is what makes disguised control so dangerous. It doesn't sound like manipulation. It sounds like care. But true concern never tries to limit you. True love doesn't come with strings or subtle punishments. When someone is genuinely concerned for your soul, they offer support, not surveillance. They celebrate your evolution, even when it changes the dynamic. They don't try to pull you back into who you used to be just because they're afraid of who you're becoming. So the next time someone questions your path under the banner of just helping, take a breath and listen beyond their words. Ask yourself, are they actually supporting my growth, or are they trying to control it? Carl Jung taught us that once we become aware of the unconscious, we take back the power to choose how we respond. You don't need to argue. You don't need to prove anything. You simply need to recognize when someone's fear is trying to disguise itself as your truth. And then you choose your soul. You move forward anyway. You honor your vision, even when others can't see it, because their inability to deal with their shadow is not your burden to carry. The more spiritually aligned you become, the more you'll notice this pattern. The people who truly love you will stand beside your fire, even if it makes them sweat. The ones who don't will try to smother it under the weight of their disguised fears. But that's not your path to walk. Your path is forward, lit by clarity, moved by purpose, and guided by your soul, not by someone else's shadow. 6. Gossip and distortion. One of the most insidious signs that someone is pretending to like you is not what they say to your face, but what they whisper behind your back. Instead of having the courage to confront you directly, they choose the path of spiritual cowardice, gossip, distortion, and calculated silence. They magnify your smallest flaws, twist your words, and turn your human moments into exaggerated stories for an audience hungry for drama. You begin to notice it not through confrontation, but through cold shoulders, subtle avoidance, and the way conversations fall silent when you enter the room. Carl Jung taught that what people project onto others often reveals the parts of themselves they are too ashamed to acknowledge. Shame is a soul-eating emotion, he said, and these people, driven by shame and jealousy, can't handle the brightness of your spiritual presence. So they smear your name in the dark, hoping to dim your light without ever being seen holding the match. And here's the spiritual irony. They often disguise this sabotage as concern. I'm just worried about them, they say with a smirk. But true concern doesn't poison reputations or isolate souls. Real care is confronted with compassion, not whispers laced with venom. Their words don't just damage your image, they attempt to fracture your energy. This is more than social sabotage. It's energetic manipulation. Your soul begins to feel it before your mind can explain it. You feel tension in the spaces they've spoken in, even when they smile at you. You sense hesitation in the eyes of mutual friends. And it's not in your head, it's in the field. Jung warned that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And this is exactly what happens when people are controlled by their own shadows. They cannot love you genuinely because your authenticity mirrors their own lack of it. Your presence demands truth, and that terrifies those who live in illusion. But there is a spiritual gift buried in this discomfort. It sharpens your discernment. It deepens your solitude into strength. You stop explaining yourself. You stop chasing clarity from those who only offer confusion. And most importantly, you stop doubting the truth your soul already knows. People who can be turned against you by gossip were never truly with you. Those who distance themselves without asking for your side of the story have shown you their level of loyalty. And those who can only see you through the fog of someone else's distortion were never seeing you at all. What they fear is not your mistakes, it's your presence, your peace, your refusal to shrink. So trust the silence, honor the shift, and let their whispers be the soundtrack of your rising, not the anchor to your identity. Are you ready to rise above the noise and reclaim your truth? If so, comment below, "I choose clarity," to affirm your commitment to spiritual growth and inner peace. 7. Know joy in your joy. They say they're happy for you, but when you look closely, really closely, you'll notice something's missing. That genuine spark in their eyes, that heartfelt tone in their voice, it's not there. The words might sound right, but the energy doesn't lie. You share your achievement, a joyful win that came from your soul's hard work and growth, and suddenly the air gets heavy. Their smile is polite but stiff, their response delayed or quickly redirected. Maybe they change the subject, give a half-hearted nice, or toss in a veiled jab disguised as humor. Must be nice to have all that free time. And you feel it, that silent disappointment you weren't supposed to notice. Carl Jung taught us that the shadow of those unconscious parts of the psyche we deny often holds resentment, envy, and unresolved pain. When someone cannot celebrate your joy, it's not about you. It's about the inner battle they're losing with their own shadow. Your success triggers something buried inside them, a dormant wound that whispers, "Why not me?" Your elevation reminds them of their perceived failures. And instead of facing that truth with courage, they deflect it onto you, withdrawing emotionally or responding with false enthusiasm. This isn't just a lack of support. It's a reflection of a fractured soul, still entangled in unhealed stories. And if you're spiritually aware, you'll feel this dissonance immediately. Because the soul is sensitive to vibration. And when someone's energy doesn't align with their words, you'll sense it before you understand it. That tension isn't your imagination. It's your intuition speaking. Jung said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." But in this case, it also reveals something about their inability to hold space for your light without dimming it through passive detachment. This kind of hidden resistance is dangerous because it masks itself in civility. It's not an overt attack. It's spiritual sabotage wrapped in silence. And the most painful part? It often comes from people you thought would be proud of you. But you must remember, your soul did not come here to stay small for the sake of someone else's comfort. Your joy is divine. It is the external echo of internal alignment, the evidence that you've done the inner work to rise. And if that rise unsettles those around you, let it. Do not trade your light for their approval. Do not shrink to keep someone else from confronting their shadow. Instead, bless them silently and keep rising. Because the soul that cannot celebrate you is the one secretly competing with you. And you were never meant to be in a competition. You were meant to shine unapologetically. 8. Nonverbal betrayal. Have you ever shared something beautiful about your life? A moment of success, a joyful milestone, or a well-earned victory only to be met with a smile that didn't quite reach their eyes, or a silence that felt colder than any rejection? You sensed it instantly, not with logic, but with something deeper, something ancient in your soul. Carl Jung once said, "The unconscious always leaks through," and it does especially in the stillness between words and the stiffness between gestures. Someone who pretends to be happy for you might say all the right things, but their body tells a different story. A fake smile, a distant look, an oddly timed pause, or a hug that feels more like a goodbye than congratulations. These are not random. They are the shadow leaking out, the part of them that their ego tries to keep hidden, but your intuition catches in an instant. That cold glance they throw when others praise you, the tightness in their posture when you succeed, the way their eyes shift when you walk into the room glowing. They may not say it, but their soul is broadcasting it. Resentment, envy, and subtle hostility dressed in politeness. And in today's world, where so much is filtered, edited, and masked by performance, this kind of emotional dissonance is more common than we'd like to admit. You begin to realize that the shadow isn't always about cruelty or malice. It's about unacknowledged pain, jealousy, or fear that others haven't yet faced. You become a mirror, and your light disturbs what they've buried. A woman I once knew worked in a creative field where collaboration was supposed to be everything. She thrived, she rose, and her ideas were celebrated. But every time she spoke in meetings, one colleague would look away, blink excessively, or fold their arms tightly across their chest. It was subtle, never loud, never confrontational, but it was real. And that energy, unspoken yet undeniable, told her the truth long before words ever did. This is the nature of shadow behavior. People don't always know they're doing it. They may think they're being supportive, kind, or professional, but your soul knows. You feel the tight energy, the sharp micro-reactions, the misalignment between their words and their presence. And the more spiritually attuned you become, the more you will sense these betrayals not to judge, but to protect your peace. Because not everyone who claps for you actually wants you to win. Not everyone who sits at your table is truly celebrating your feast. Some are just waiting for you to trip so they can sip their envy in silence. The lesson is not to grow bitter, but wiser. Carl Jung's work reminds us that the greatest mastery lies in seeing the shadow hours and theirs, and responding with clarity, not confusion. When you honor your intuition, you're no longer gaslighting your own soul. You stop telling yourself, "Maybe I'm overreacting," and start saying, "My spirit knows what it feels." And that changes everything. Because in a world where so much is fake, your ability to discern real from pretend becomes your greatest spiritual compass. So pay attention to the body language, to the tension behind the tone, to the emotional undercurrents behind the praise. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. If you've ever sensed someone's true feelings through their body language, type in the comments, "My intuition sees the truth." Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the hidden signs of shadow behavior and false friendship. If this message helped you see certain people more clearly or brought awareness to your own energy, remember, you're not alone on this journey of spiritual awakening and emotional clarity. At Spiritual Wisdom, we're here to guide you through the unseen layers of human psychology and soul growth. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who might need this insight, and subscribe to our channel. Be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss the truth behind the mask in our upcoming videos. Stay wise, stay protected, and keep walking the path of self-awareness. Eight subtle signs someone secretly hates you. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where we uncover the hidden truths shaping your emotional and spiritual reality. Have you ever sensed that someone close to you is wearing a mask, saying the right words, smiling in your face, yet something inside you whispers that their energy tells a different story? In today's video, we'll explore 8 subtle but powerful signs that someone may secretly harbor resentment or hostility, even while pretending to be your friend. These insights come straight from Carl Jung's profound shadow psychology and will help you protect your peace, strengthen your intuition, and grow wiser in your relationships. As you listen, reflect on your own experiences. Have you ever felt this, but didn't know why? Comment below with "I trust my intuition" if you're ready to see through the masks and walk in greater spiritual clarity. 1. Contempt disguised as irony. Have you ever laughed along with someone only to feel a sting inside your chest moments later? A quiet ache you couldn't name, but one that lingered long after the conversation ended. Sometimes, what's dressed up as humor is actually something far darker. Contempt disguised as irony. Carl Jung taught that what we repress doesn't disappear. It slips out through the cracks in disguise, projected onto others, often without awareness. And one of the most common ways this projection shows up is through sarcasm, jokes, and backhanded compliments aimed directly at the soul of who you are. These people will smile as they stab, cloak hostility in humor, and then accuse you of being too sensitive when you finally speak up. This is not harmless teasing. This is shadow play. When someone frequently targets your insecurities under the guise of humor, it's a reflection of their own hidden wounds, unresolved envy, or inferiority energies too painful for them to admit, so they cast them onto you in a socially acceptable way. Jung called this projection a psychological defense mechanism that allows people to dump their unconscious emotions onto others. And in this case, they weaponize words while maintaining the appearance of friendliness. That's what makes it so confusing, so emotionally draining. You're left questioning yourself, wondering if you overreacted, when in fact, your intuition picked up on something very real. Sarcasm that leaves you feeling small, jokes that highlight your failures, and constant teasing that chips away at your self-worth are not signs of camaraderie, they are red flags. These subtle assaults may not leave bruises on the body, but they bruise the soul, and over time, they erode trust and connection. And when you confront this behavior, they rarely take responsibility. Instead, they pivot, deflect, or accuse. "I was only kidding," they'll say. Or worse, "You're just too emotional." This is gaslighting, a manipulation tactic designed to make you question your reality and silence your truth. But Carl Jung reminds us that our soul always knows. It knows when something feels off, even when the surface looks fine. Your discomfort is your guidance. Your hurt is not a weakness, it's a signal. And when you listen to that signal, you reclaim your power. You stop tolerating spiritual microaggressions that eat away at your self-esteem and start honoring your boundaries, your worth, and your emotional truth. These experiences aren't just psychological, they're deeply spiritual. Because when someone's shadow attacks your light, it's not a random act. It's a clash of frequencies. It's one soul reacting to the presence of another that reflects back their own fragmentation. So the next time someone makes you the butt of their jokes, pay attention not just to what they say, but to how your soul responds. Does your body tense? Does your spirit shrink? That's not a coincidence. It's a message. You are not here to be anyone's emotional dumpster or unconscious target. You are here to live in alignment with your soul's truth. And that means recognizing when love is false, even when it smiles. Because true connection doesn't humiliate, it uplifts. It doesn't provoke pain, it fosters safety. Your soul deserves nothing less. If you've ever felt the sting behind someone's joke, you're not alone. Carl Jung taught us that what people project often reveals more about them than it does about us. Comment, "I agree," if you've experienced sarcasm used as a mask for contempt, or "I don't think so." If you see it differently, we'd love to hear your perspective. 2. Subtle sabotage. They undermine you in ways so quiet, so cleverly disguised, that you question your own instincts, like when they conveniently forget to pass on crucial information, or give you advice that somehow always leads to confusion, delay, or failure. And just when you're about to rise, when that opportunity finally appears, or you're on the verge of achieving something important, here comes the complication, the mix-up, the emotional detour they help create. You wonder if it's bad luck, or maybe they're just overwhelmed. But when it keeps happening, a deeper truth starts to emerge. Carl Jung called this the manifestation of the shadow, the hidden, repressed part of the psyche that contains jealousy, insecurity, and unresolved wounds. When someone hasn't integrated their shadow, They often sabotage others, not out of malice, but because your growth threatens their carefully constructed identity. If your soul shines too brightly, it makes them feel the weight of their own unlived potential. They might not even realize they're doing it after all. The shadow works in secret, but you feel it. In the moment, they call your dream unrealistic, or offer support that's laced with hesitation, or celebrate you in public while sowing doubt in private. It happens at work, when a colleague leaves you out of an important email chain and later says, "Oh, I assumed you knew." It happens in friendships, when someone gives you bad advice and then watches from the sidelines as you struggle, offering comfort but never accountability. It happens in love, when a partner cheers for your ambition but subtly pulls away each time you get closer to your purpose. It's not the loud betrayal that wounds the soul. It's the 1,000 small acts of disguised resistance. Carl Jung warned that what we do not bring to consciousness will rule our lives. That includes the unconscious intentions of others. And if you ignore those subtle patterns long enough, your energy begins to fracture under the weight of constant second-guessing. The story many of us live is this: we begin to awaken, to speak our truth, to step into the life we feel called to lead. And instead of being met with celebration, we are met with silence, avoidance, and invisible walls. That's because your evolution triggers what others haven't healed. And their shadow wants one thing to bring you back to where it feels safe. But your soul didn't come here to play small. It came to remember. So you must learn to recognize the difference between someone who truly supports you and someone who only tolerates your light when it doesn't shine too far beyond theirs. Watch how they respond to your confidence, your boundaries, your peace. Because the ones who carry hidden envy will sabotage you in smiles. They will clap for your wins with one hand while plotting your doubt with the other. This isn't about paranoia. It's about self-respect. Trust the patterns, not just the words. Because when someone consistently causes confusion, delays your growth, or makes you feel smaller in their presence, it's not love, it's a shadow war. And the greatest act of spiritual strength is not confrontation, but clarity. You are not here to dim your light to protect someone else's insecurity. You are here to rise. As Carl Jung said, your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. Let this truth awaken you not to bitterness, but to boundaries. Not to suspicion, but to soul wisdom. Have you ever felt like someone was quietly working against you, subtly making things harder, without ever admitting it? If you've experienced this kind of sabotage, comment yes. If not, comment no. And if you're unsure, or it only happens sometimes, type sometimes below. Let's see how many of us have felt this hidden tension. 3. Silent competition. They smile when you share good news, but somehow you feel smaller afterward. You tell them about your promotion, and they respond with a bigger one. You mention your new car, and they talk about theirs being more expensive, faster, or rare. At first, you may brush it off as coincidence, but if you look closely, you'll begin to notice a pattern. They can't genuinely celebrate you unless they feel like they've surpassed you. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." And this truth cuts to the heart of silent competition. According to Jung's shadow psychology, this need to constantly one-up others is often not a sign of confidence, but a desperate attempt to mask a spiritual wound, a feeling of deep inadequacy that has been buried and never healed. These individuals unconsciously project their inner inferiority onto you, turning every interaction into a subtle contest that you never agreed to enter. What makes this even more confusing is that they often appear supportive on the surface. They might clap for you, but there's tension in the air, a strange energy that leaves you second-guessing your joy. They'll give you a compliment, but somehow twist the conversation to center themselves, reclaiming the spotlight in ways that are hard to call out without sounding petty. This behavior is often rooted in the fear of being invisible, of not mattering unless they're the best in the room. In spiritual terms, it's a form of ego possession, a shadow-driven defense mechanism that keeps them from facing their own sense of not being enough. They believe your success reflects their failure rather than recognizing that two souls can shine simultaneously. And if you've ever tried to dim your own light to make them feel more comfortable, you already know the high cost of staying connected to someone who's quietly competing with you. It becomes exhausting, draining your energy and dimming your spirit over time. Spiritually conscious relationships, on the other hand, celebrate mutual growth and expansion. There's no scoreboard, only genuine support. In a world where appearances often mask deeper truths, recognizing silent competition is not just about protecting your peace. It's about awakening to the subtle ways spiritual envy can hide behind fake smiles and polite applause. The goal isn't to confront or accuse, but to become more aware of the energies you allow into your space. As Jung reminds us, your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. So look inward, trust your intuition, and honor your soul's need for authentic connection. Because when someone is silently competing with you, they're not just diminishing your light, they're revealing how disconnected they are from their own. And your awareness of this isn't judgment, it's spiritual self-protection. 4. Superficial support. They say they support you, but their energy tells another story. A story of absence wrapped in politeness, of distance masked by smiles. Their words might be sweet, even congratulatory, but when life gets heavy or your soul shines too brightly, they vanish or fall silent. You feel it in their presence, cold, disconnected, indifferent, like they're physically with you, but emotionally somewhere else. Carl Jung called this kind of emotional detachment ego dissociation, where a person becomes so disconnected from their own emotions that they lose the capacity for authentic connection. When someone cannot access their own soul, when they've buried their true feelings beneath layers of ego, shame, or comparison, they also become unable to meet yours with genuine warmth. So instead of celebrating your growth, they offer shallow validation that feels scripted, almost robotic. It's not always what they say, it's what they withhold. The lack of eye contact, the delayed response to your joy, the subtle shift in tone when you talk about something meaningful. These are not coincidences. They are signals from the unconscious, clues from the shadow that Jung said holds all the parts of ourselves we repress: jealousy, envy, inadequacy, fear. And when your soul glows with clarity and peace, it threatens those who are still avoiding their own shadows. Your light exposes their darkness, not because you intend to, but because truth reveals what is false. So they retreat, emotionally and spiritually, offering you only a diluted version of friendship, one that looks real but feels empty. This isn't about drama or overanalyzing every interaction. It's about honoring your soul's intelligence, that soft discomfort in your gut, that inner whisper saying something is off that is wisdom. Energy always speaks first. Words follow, but the soul feels the truth before the mind can explain it. The most dangerous form of pretense is not hatred, it's false support. Because it confuses the heart, makes you doubt your own perception, and can leave you spiritually exhausted. So pay attention to what is said and unsaid. Look beyond gestures and ask yourself, does their presence nourish or drain me? Do they show up when it matters or only when it benefits them? The soul doesn't lie. And when you trust it, you free yourself from illusions disguised as kindness, from approval that lacks depth, and from connections that look safe but are spiritually hollow. You deserve relationships that move beyond the surface, that feel like home, that breathe life into your being, not those that make your spirit question its worth. If you've ever felt the sting of empty words and distant energy, you're not alone. If this message speaks to your soul, consider subscribing and hitting the notification bell. Your path to emotional clarity and deeper spiritual connection grows with every insight we share. 5. Control, disguised as concern. They won't yell. They won't openly criticize. Instead, they'll wrap their control in the softness of concern, slipping manipulation into the tone of care and calling it love. I'm just looking out for you, they'll say. I care about your future, that's why I'm asking. But somehow, every time you speak with them, you leave feeling smaller, second-guessing your decisions, wondering if maybe they're right and you're not ready. What they're really doing is projecting their fear onto your freedom. Carl Jung called this the shadow, the unconscious part of ourselves that holds our deepest fears, insecurities, and suppressed emotions. And when someone hasn't dealt with their own chaos, they'll unconsciously try to regulate yours. Your courage threatens their comfort. Your clarity disrupts their illusion of control. And so they use concern as a leash, subtly tugging you back when you try to run toward your truth. I remember the story of a woman named Sarah who had spent years in a soul-draining corporate job. One day, she finally decided to break free and open her own yoga and wellness studio. It wasn't just a career change, it was a spiritual awakening, a return to herself. But instead of celebration, her closest friend began offering constant advice. Are you sure this isn't too risky? What if the economy crashes? What if you're not cut out for this? It was never outright disapproval, just a steady stream of doubt disguised as love. Over time, Sarah realized that her friend wasn't trying to protect her. She was trying to keep her from leaving the shared space of limitation they both once occupied. Sarah's leap forced her friend to confront her own stagnation, and that was too uncomfortable. As Carl Jung said, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. Her friend was not reacting to Sarah's actions. She was reacting to the parts of herself she hadn't yet owned. This is what makes disguised control so dangerous. It doesn't sound like manipulation. It sounds like care. But true concern never tries to limit you. True love doesn't come with strings or subtle punishments. When someone is genuinely concerned for your soul, they offer support, not surveillance. They celebrate your evolution, even when it changes the dynamic. They don't try to pull you back into who you used to be just because they're afraid of who you're becoming. So the next time someone questions your path under the banner of just helping, take a breath and listen beyond their words. Ask yourself, are they actually supporting my growth, or are they trying to control it? Carl Jung taught us that once we become aware of the unconscious, we take back the power to choose how we respond. You don't need to argue. You don't need to prove anything. You simply need to recognize when someone's fear is trying to disguise itself as your truth. And then you choose your soul. You move forward anyway. You honor your vision, even when others can't see it, because their inability to deal with their shadow is not your burden to carry. The more spiritually aligned you become, the more you'll notice this pattern. The people who truly love you will stand beside your fire, even if it makes them sweat. The ones who don't will try to smother it under the weight of their disguised fears. But that's not your path to walk. Your path is forward, lit by clarity, moved by purpose, and guided by your soul, not by someone else's shadow. 6. Gossip and distortion. One of the most insidious signs that someone is pretending to like you is not what they say to your face, but what they whisper behind your back. Instead of having the courage to confront you directly, they choose the path of spiritual cowardice, gossip, distortion, and calculated silence. They magnify your smallest flaws, twist your words, and turn your human moments into exaggerated stories for an audience hungry for drama. You begin to notice it not through confrontation, but through cold shoulders, subtle avoidance, and the way conversations fall silent when you enter the room. Carl Jung taught that what people project onto others often reveals the parts of themselves they are too ashamed to acknowledge. Shame is a soul-eating emotion, he said, and these people, driven by shame and jealousy, can't handle the brightness of your spiritual presence. So they smear your name in the dark, hoping to dim your light without ever being seen holding the match. And here's the spiritual irony. They often disguise this sabotage as concern. I'm just worried about them, they say with a smirk. But true concern doesn't poison reputations or isolate souls. Real care is confronted with compassion, not whispers laced with venom. Their words don't just damage your image, they attempt to fracture your energy. This is more than social sabotage. It's energetic manipulation. Your soul begins to feel it before your mind can explain it. You feel tension in the spaces they've spoken in, even when they smile at you. You sense hesitation in the eyes of mutual friends. And it's not in your head, it's in the field. Jung warned that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And this is exactly what happens when people are controlled by their own shadows. They cannot love you genuinely because your authenticity mirrors their own lack of it. Your presence demands truth, and that terrifies those who live in illusion. But there is a spiritual gift buried in this discomfort. It sharpens your discernment. It deepens your solitude into strength. You stop explaining yourself. You stop chasing clarity from those who only offer confusion. And most importantly, you stop doubting the truth your soul already knows. People who can be turned against you by gossip were never truly with you. Those who distance themselves without asking for your side of the story have shown you their level of loyalty. And those who can only see you through the fog of someone else's distortion were never seeing you at all. What they fear is not your mistakes, it's your presence, your peace, your refusal to shrink. So trust the silence, honor the shift, and let their whispers be the soundtrack of your rising, not the anchor to your identity. Are you ready to rise above the noise and reclaim your truth? If so, comment below, "I choose clarity," to affirm your commitment to spiritual growth and inner peace. 7. No joy in your joy. They say they're happy for you, but when you look closely, really closely, you'll notice something's missing. That genuine spark in their eyes, that heartfelt tone in their voice, it's not there. The words might sound right, but the energy doesn't lie. You share your achievement, a joyful win that came from your soul's hard work and growth, and suddenly the air gets heavy. Their smile is polite but stiff, their response delayed or quickly redirected. Maybe they change the subject, give a half-hearted nice, or toss in a veiled jab disguised as humor. Must be nice to have all that free time. And you feel it, that silent disappointment you weren't supposed to notice. Carl Jung taught us that the shadow of those unconscious parts of the psyche we deny often holds resentment, envy, and unresolved pain. When someone cannot celebrate your joy, it's not about you. It's about the inner battle they're losing with their own shadow. Your success triggers something buried inside them, a dormant wound that whispers, "Why not me?" Your elevation reminds them of their perceived failures. And instead of facing that truth with courage, they deflect it onto you, withdrawing emotionally or responding with false enthusiasm. This isn't just a lack of support. It's a reflection of a fractured soul still entangled in unhealed stories. And if you're spiritually aware, you'll feel this dissonance immediately. Because the soul is sensitive to vibration, and when someone's energy doesn't align with their words, you'll sense it before you understand it. That tension isn't your imagination, it's your intuition speaking. Jung said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." But in this case, it also reveals something about their inability to hold space for your light without dimming it through passive detachment. This kind of hidden resistance is dangerous because it masks itself in civility. It's not an overt attack, it's spiritual sabotage wrapped in silence. And the most painful part? It often comes from people you thought would be proud of you. But you must remember, your soul did not come here to stay small for the sake of someone else's comfort. Your joy is divine. It is the external echo of internal alignment, the evidence that you've done the inner work to rise. And if that rise unsettles those around you, let it. Do not trade your light for their approval. Do not shrink to keep someone else from confronting their shadow. Instead, bless them silently and keep rising. Because the soul that cannot celebrate you is the one secretly competing with you. And you were never meant to be in a competition. You were meant to shine unapologetically. 8. Nonverbal betrayal. Have you ever shared something beautiful about your life? A moment of success, a joyful milestone, or a well-earned victory only to be met with a smile that didn't quite reach their eyes, or a silence that felt colder than any rejection? You sensed it instantly, not with logic, but with something deeper, something ancient in your soul. Carl Jung once said, "The unconscious always leaks through," and it does, especially in the stillness between words and the stiffness between gestures. Someone who pretends to be happy for you might say all the right things, but their body tells a different story. A fake smile, a distant look, an oddly timed pause, or a hug that feels more like a goodbye than congratulations. These are not random. They are the shadow leaking out, the part of them that their ego tries to keep hidden, but your intuition catches in an instant. That cold glance they throw when others praise you, the tightness in their posture when you succeed, the way their eyes shift when you walk into the room glowing. They may not say it, but their soul is broadcasting it. Resentment, envy, and subtle hostility dressed in politeness. And in today's world, where so much is filtered, edited, and masked by performance, this kind of emotional dissonance is more common than we'd like to admit. You begin to realize that the shadow isn't always about cruelty or malice. It's about unacknowledged pain, jealousy, or fear that others haven't yet faced. You become a mirror, and your light disturbs what they've buried. A woman I once knew worked in a creative field where collaboration was supposed to be everything. She thrived, she rose, and her ideas were celebrated. But every time she spoke in meetings, one colleague would look away, blink excessively, or fold their arms tightly across their chest. It was subtle, never loud, never confrontational, but it was real. And that energy, unspoken yet undeniable, told her the truth long before words ever did. This is the nature of shadow behavior. People don't always know they're doing it. They may think they're being supportive, kind, or professional, but your soul knows. You feel the tight energy, the sharp micro-reactions, the misalignment between their words and their presence. And the more spiritually attuned you become, the more you will sense these betrayals not to judge, but to protect your peace. Because not everyone who claps for you actually wants you to win. Not everyone who sits at your table is truly celebrating your feast. Some are just waiting for you to trip so they can sip their envy in silence. The lesson is not to grow bitter, but wiser. Carl Jung's work reminds us that the greatest mastery lies in seeing the shadow hours and theirs, and responding with clarity, not confusion. When you honor your intuition, you're no longer gaslighting your own soul. You stop telling yourself, "Maybe I'm overreacting," and start saying, "My spirit knows what it feels." And that changes everything. Because in a world where so much is fake, your ability to discern real from pretend becomes your greatest spiritual compass. So pay attention to the body language, to the tension behind the tone, to the emotional undercurrents behind the praise. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. If you've ever sensed someone's true feelings through their body language, type in the comments, "My intuition sees the truth." Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the hidden signs of shadow behavior and false friendship. If this message helped you see certain people more clearly or brought awareness to your own energy, remember, you're not alone on this journey of spiritual awakening and emotional clarity. At Spiritual Wisdom, we're here to guide you through the unseen layers of human psychology and soul growth. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who might need this insight, and subscribe to our channel. Be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss the truth behind the mask in our upcoming videos. Stay wise, stay protected, and keep walking the path of self-awareness. If they truly love you, they may ignore you, but here's why. The psychological reason. The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. Carl Jung. Sometimes, the ones who love us most are the ones who pull away, not out of indifference, but because their soul is undergoing a quiet transformation. In today's episode from Spiritual Wisdom, we explore the deeper, often unseen, psychological truths behind emotional distance. Could the space you're feeling be a form of love in disguise? Comment below if you've ever loved someone silently, and let's reflect together on the complexity of human connection. 1. Love is paradoxical and unconscious. Love isn't always what it seems. It doesn't always speak in warm gestures or comforting words. Sometimes, love shows up as silence. Sometimes, it feels like distance. And while our logical minds may rush to assume the worst that the other person no longer cares, Carl Jung teaches us to look deeper. Love, he says, is not just a conscious feeling. It is a reflection of the unconscious mind, a mirror of the soul. When someone you love pulls away without explanation, it's often not because their love has faded, but because something within them is stirring, something they may not yet have the language to express. That distance may not be rejection. It may be the soul's cry for understanding, for integration, for safety in the face of emotional overwhelm. Most people do not run from love. They run from what love brings up inside them, the shadows, the wounds, the memories they've buried. And so, when the soul is overwhelmed, it retreats, not because it's void of love, but because the love is too heavy to hold in its current form. In truth, the unconscious often speaks in ways the conscious mind cannot translate. It doesn't always scream or explain. It whispers, hides, or disappears. When love activates old wounds or triggers deep fear, the person who once clung to you may suddenly disappear. Not because they've stopped loving you, but because they've stopped knowing how to love themselves in your presence. The connection may feel too intense, too intimate, too vulnerable, especially for those who were never taught how to sit with their emotions or speak their pain. In that silence, the unconscious takes over, pulling them inward into a space where words are replaced by confusion and feelings become unbearable. And while you may feel abandoned, what's truly happening is a spiritual collapse within them, an inner storm that has nothing to do with your worth and everything to do with their internal struggle. Jung reminded us that what we fail to make conscious will control us from the shadows. Emotional withdrawal is one such shadow. It isn't always a choice. It's often a reaction rooted in pain that predates the relationship. It can be the echo of a childhood wound, the voice of an old fear saying, "Don't get too close or you'll be hurt." And so, even when love is real, it doesn't always feel safe. When two souls meet and the connection is genuine, it often triggers the deepest layers of the psyche. That's the paradox. Love awakens both the beauty and the brokenness within us. The more it matters, the more it exposes. And exposure is terrifying for someone who hasn't yet made peace with their past. So instead of taking distance personally, see it as a mirror of the other person's soul, reflecting their internal chaos. You are not the cause, you are simply the trigger. Their withdrawal is not a measure of how lovable you are, but of how unready they are to confront their own emotional truth. Holding space for this reality does not mean tolerating silence without boundaries, but it does mean recognizing the difference between absence and indifference. There are moments in love when the soul steps back, not to abandon, but to breathe, to process, to survive, to make sense of what the heart feels but cannot say. And in those moments, what looks like distance may actually be love in its most vulnerable, unspoken form. If this message about the unconscious nature of love speaks to your soul, comment below. I embrace the paradox to affirm your willingness to explore deeper truths. 2. The unconscious drives our emotional behavior. Carl Jung taught that love is not just a conscious emotion, but a mirror that reveals what lives deep in the unconscious, the fears, wounds, and patterns we don't even realize we carry. When someone falls in love, it's not only their joy that's exposed, it's also the fragile parts of their soul, the insecurities they've never spoken of, and the pain they've long tried to bury. The closer they feel to someone, the more those hidden parts rise to the surface. And when the emotions become too intense, when the connection feels too real, the unconscious may respond by pulling away not out of rejection, but out of self-protection. This isn't about logic. It's about emotional survival. The person doesn't withdraw because they've stopped loving you. They withdraw because that love has awakened something too raw, too overwhelming, too deep to process all at once. This is where many people misunderstand the distance. You might believe they lost interest, moved on, or never truly cared. But in truth, the more powerful the love, the more threatening it can feel to someone whose inner child has never felt safe in vulnerability. Imagine a man who was never truly seen growing up, who had to earn attention through achievement or strength. When he meets someone who sees his soul without him performing, it's unfamiliar. It's terrifying. And without realizing it, he distances himself, not because he wants to lose love, but because he doesn't know how to hold it. Carl Jung warned that what we do not make conscious will continue to shape our lives, and we will call it fate. In love, this means we often sabotage what we want most, because we don't recognize the forces working beneath the surface. So if someone has gone quiet, cold, or emotionally distant, don't rush to label it indifference. There's a chance their soul still loves you deeply, but their unconscious has hit a wall. Their silence may be grief, not goodbye. Their retreat may be their nervous system screaming for safety in a world that just got too emotionally loud. The human heart, especially one that's been hurt before, often confuses love with danger when it starts to feel too intense. The soul longs for intimacy, but the unconscious fears exposure. And in that tug of war, distance becomes the only way to cope. What Carl Jung gave us is not just knowledge, it's a map for compassion. He helps us see that people often run from love, not because of its absence, but because of its power. If you've been on the receiving end of that distance, you don't need to beg, chase, or shrink. You need to understand. You need to see the soul behind the silence. And most of all, you need to stay anchored in your own healing. Because in love, it's not always the loud declarations or the constant presence that prove its truth. Sometimes it's the soul that trembles, the silence that hides longing, and the distance that reveals just how much is still unresolved within. 3. Distance can be a defense mechanism. Distance is not always the absence of love. It is often its most misunderstood form. When someone has carried the weight of past wounds, abandonment, betrayal, emotional suffocation, they begin to see love not as a sanctuary, but as a battlefield. The very thing they long for becomes the very thing they fear. Real closeness awakens their unconscious defenses, and instead of leaning in, they pull away. Not because they've stopped loving you, but because the presence of genuine intimacy shines too bright a light on their unhealed pain. Carl Jung once said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls." And that is what happens here. Your love touches something too raw inside them, something they've buried so deeply it feels safer to run than to receive. Their withdrawal is not rejection, it's an emotional reflex. It is their nervous system protecting old scars. It is their spirit shielding itself from reliving a story it's not ready to rewrite. You may interpret their silence as indifference, but what if it's the opposite? What if the silence is sacred space, not absence, but overload? The soul doesn't always scream. Sometimes it hides. Sometimes the ones who love you most don't know how to stay close, because closeness feels like surrendering control. When love brings up old fears of being hurt, manipulated, or abandoned again, distance becomes a survival mechanism, not a choice. The love didn't vanish. It got buried beneath the rubble of their past. You just triggered something they weren't spiritually equipped to handle. And when that happens, it's not your fault. You became a mirror, and what they saw wasn't your flaws. It was their own shadow. Jung taught us that the shadow is the unconscious part of us that we refuse to see, but true love always brings it to the surface. It exposes the unresolved, the repressed, the frightened child within. And when that child feels unsafe, they do what they've always done to hide. But this isn't just about them. It's also about you. Because if you're spiritually aware, you'll begin to see the space they've created not as an ending, but as a mirror to your own expectations, your own fears, your own need for validation. Love is never one-sided in its lessons. The one who pulls away is teaching you how to hold space, how to love without clinging, how to stand in your worth without chasing what's unsure. It is not your job to heal someone who is terrified of your light. It is your job to remain anchored in your own. Distance invites you to grow in trust. Trust in timing, trust in transformation, and trust that real love is never destroyed by space. The most spiritual act you can offer someone who's pulled away is to not take it personally, because it rarely is. It's ancestral pain, it's emotional overwhelm, it's unconscious fear, and it's unfolding exactly as it must. So don't mistake their distance as the death of connection. Sometimes love needs air. Sometimes healing needs solitude. Sometimes the soul must journey inward before it can reach out again. And if that love is real, if it's rooted in something deeper than emotion, something spiritual, it will return. Not rushed, not forced, but renewed. Comment below. I am open to healing love. If you're ready to understand emotional distance and embrace deeper connections without fear. 4. Don't chase someone who's pulling away. When someone you love begins to pull away, your instinct may be to close the gap, to fix the silence, to chase what's slipping from your grasp, but doing so often creates the very resistance you're trying to avoid. Carl Jung once said, "What you resist persists," and in relationships, this truth cuts deep. Love that feels distant is not always love that has disappeared. Often, it's love that's retreating into the unconscious, into the soul's hidden layers, where it must confront pain, confusion, or transformation. Forcing closeness in such moments is like pressing on a wound that isn't ready to heal. It doesn't help, it only hurts. The spiritual response, the wiser response, is to give space not out of detachment, but out of trust. Space allows the other person's soul to breathe, to face what it must face without the pressure of performance, without the fear of letting you down. This kind of love is not passive, it is powerful. Holding space is not the same as walking away. It is a quiet declaration that says, "I trust your journey, even when I cannot walk it with you." In a world that teaches men to fix, to pursue, to conquer, it takes true strength to sit in stillness and offer no solutions. But this strength is what makes love feel safe, not smothered. One man once shared how his partner grew distant after a loss in her family. He tried everything: words, affection, plans, but nothing brought her back. When he finally stopped trying to fix it and simply said, "I'm here when you need me," she returned, not because he chased her, but because his presence gave her the freedom to feel without fear. That's what spiritual wisdom looks like in action. Honoring another's emotional process without turning it into a reflection of your own insecurity. Often, distance is not a sign of fading affection. It's a sign that something deeper is surfacing. Jung believed that the soul reveals itself in silence, in symbolic gestures, and in the unconscious choices people make. A loved one's withdrawal might not be about you at all. It might be the soul's cry for solitude, for integration, for clarity that words cannot yet provide. The ego says, "Prove yourself, demand answers, don't let them get away." But the soul says, "Be still, let them unfold, respect the rhythm of healing." When you shift from needing to be chosen to choosing to be understanding, you move from fear into strength, from attachment into love that liberates. Spiritual growth asks you to stop making someone else's silence about your worth. It asks you to feel the discomfort without reacting to it, to ground yourself in your own truth while holding space for theirs. There is nothing more attractive, more reassuring, or more magnetic than someone whose soul does not panic in the face of uncertainty. This kind of energy says, "I am not chasing you. I am here, rooted and whole, if and when you return." And sometimes, that is the very energy that draws them back, not because you demanded it, but because your presence reminded them of what safety, patience, and soul-connected love truly feel like. If this message resonates with you, give it a like, subscribe for more soulful wisdom, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let's grow in patience, presence, and inner strength together. 5. Sometimes, distance is a test or a cycle. Sometimes, when someone creates distance, it's not rejection. It's a subconscious pattern rooted in emotional survival. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Many people unknowingly repeat cycles of emotional retreat because closeness triggers fear rather than comfort. They might withdraw right when things begin to feel real. not because love is absent, but because love feels dangerous. Their soul has been wired to associate intimacy with pain, inconsistency, or betrayal. So they pull back, not to test you, but to protect themselves. What you feel as silence could be their nervous system screaming for safety. This isn't about your worth. It's about their wounds. And sometimes, distance becomes a ritual they perform over and over again, hoping to finally feel in control of emotions they don't yet understand. They crave love, yet fear being seen. They long for connection, yet run from the very presence that offers it. Distance becomes the armor for a heart that never learned how to trust peace. Take someone like David. In his early 40s, admired by many, grounded on the outside, but the moment someone got too close, he vanished. No explanations, just absence. One day, he'd be deeply involved, tender, making plans. The next, completely silent. Not because the feelings disappeared, but because they became too heavy for a soul that never felt safe holding them. It wasn't about the person he was with. It was about the unresolved inner story playing out through him. Only after diving into Carl Jung's work did he see that his pattern wasn't love. It was fear, disguised as self-preservation. This cycle of leaving and returning, of testing the emotional waters but never fully staying, had less to do with his partner and everything to do with the ghost of his own childhood. His soul was asking a deeper question. Can I be close and still be safe? That is the question so many people are unknowingly trying to answer through their actions. So if someone pulls away from you, don't immediately assume they stopped loving you. Some people don't know how to stay, not because they're careless, but because they never learned how to emotionally rest in love. The real question is not if they'll come back, but whether they'll return with the emotional maturity and spiritual awareness to remain. Because if they can't face themselves, they will never truly face you. If they do come back, and this time with clarity, presence, and responsibility, then perhaps something new can grow. But if they continue to disappear every time intimacy touches a nerve, then you must love yourself enough to stop calling that love. Carl Jung believed that true transformation happens when we become aware of the patterns that once controlled us. And sometimes, the greatest act of love is not holding on, but standing still, grounded in your own spiritual wholeness, refusing to chase someone still haunted by their own soul. 6. If they don't return, the love still served a purpose. Even if they never return, their presence in your life was not a mistake. It was a spiritual assignment. Love doesn't always come to stay. Sometimes it comes to stir the soul, to break open the parts of you that were hidden beneath the surface. Carl Jung taught us that what we do not make conscious will control our lives. So ask yourself, honestly, are you grieving them? Or are you grieving the version of yourself that only felt whole in their presence? Sometimes we don't miss the person. We miss the illusion, the comfort, the idea of not being alone. But their absence is not the end of your story. It may be the beginning of your awakening. They arrived not to complete you, but to reveal to you the parts of yourself you've been avoiding: the need for self-love, for boundaries, for spiritual growth, for sovereignty. Their impact might have touched corners of your soul that no one else ever could. Not because they were your forever, but because they were your mirror. A spiritual connection doesn't always mean a lifelong union. Sometimes it means a sacred collision that forces you to meet yourself at a deeper level. This is the hidden reason people come into our lives and leave without warning. They act as catalysts, not companions. You may think they abandoned you, but spiritually, they may have delivered exactly what your soul needed, an initiation into a new version of yourself. The silence they left behind is not empty. It's full of messages, full of meaning, full of lessons you were meant to learn. Their absence is not rejection, it's redirection. If you're willing to listen to what the distance is saying, you'll hear something sacred. You'll hear the whisper of your own worth, the call to rise without needing to be held, the realization that your wholeness was never dependent on someone else's presence. This is where true spiritual growth begins, not in the presence of love, but in the courage to remain open-hearted in its absence. You are not alone. You are being shaped. You are not forgotten. You are being refined. The love served its purpose, even if the person could not stay. And that purpose was to awaken the divine within you. Do you feel the truth in this message? If so, affirm it in the comments. That love awakened my soul, and I'm grateful. And if this spoke to your heart, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts below. We're growing through every connection. 7. Their disappearance reflects their inner world, not your worth. Their silence is not a reflection of your worth, but a reflection of their inner chaos. When someone you care about begins to withdraw, to grow distant without explanation, your instinct may be to question what you did wrong, but the answer often lies deep within their own soul. Carl Jung taught that what we do not make conscious will continue to control our lives, and this is especially true in relationships. Many men retreat, not because they no longer care, but because love has triggered something buried wounds they've never faced, truths they've never processed, parts of themselves they've spent years avoiding. This withdrawal is not calculated or even fully understood by them. It's an unconscious reflex, a soul's defense against emotional intensity it doesn't know how to hold. They're not leaving you, they're running from themselves. And in that flight, they're not always aware of the pain they leave behind. When you try to force answers from someone in that state, what you often get is confusion or resistance, not truth. Because healing doesn't come from pressure. It comes from willingness. And willingness only arrives when a man is ready to sit with his own brokenness and stop hiding from the mirror that love has become. You are not too much. You are just real. And real love demands growth, but not everyone is ready to meet their own growth. The soul doesn't evolve on someone else's timeline. What you're seeing is not rejection, but resistance, not to you, but to the transformation you awaken in them. In many cases, their inner work must be done alone, in silence, through discomfort and distance, without you holding their hand through it. It is a spiritual pause disguised as emotional abandonment, but it is never your job to fix what someone hasn't chosen to face. Letting go of the need for clarity from them allows space for your own clarity to rise. Your peace depends not on their return, but on your ability to separate your value from their behavior. The truth is, they may still love you deeply, but love alone is never enough when a soul is unready. And so, while they retreat into the shadows of their psyche, you are left with a choice not to chase, not to wait endlessly, but to turn inward, tend to your own healing, and honor the wisdom of this moment. Because just as their soul must meet its wounds, so must yours meet its strength. 8. Real love is a journey of growth. Real love isn't about clinging, chasing, or controlling. It's about becoming. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And nothing brings your unconscious to the surface faster than love." When someone truly touches your soul, they don't just offer comfort, they reveal your blind spots, awaken your buried wounds, and activate emotions you've long avoided. That's why people often retreat when love gets too real. It's not always because they've stopped caring, but because the connection has triggered a storm inside them that they don't yet know how to weather. Love that's deep enough to stir the soul is also deep enough to surface fear, shame, guilt, or past trauma. So when they grow distant, it may not be rejection. It may be a form of spiritual overwhelm. Imagine a man who has spent his entire life being the provider, the strong one, never asking for help, never showing his heart. Then he meets a woman who sees straight through his strength and into his longing, and it terrifies him. Not because she's wrong, but because she reflects back a part of himself he has never made peace with. And so, he pulls away, not to punish her, but to protect himself from the intensity of being seen. This is what Carl Jung meant. The unconscious will run the show unless we face it head on. In soul-level relationships, the love is rarely linear. It ebbs and flows. And sometimes, the very presence of another can be so spiritually activating that it feels unbearable. Their love confronts your deepest fears of being unworthy, unlovable, or not enough. So you or they might withdraw. That retreat is not a sign that the love is fake. It's a sign that the soul is being stretched beyond its comfort zone. In these moments, the distance becomes sacred space, where the transformation unfolds. It is here that you are invited to do the real work, not in proving your worth to them, not in chasing after their attention, but in holding yourself through the storm. If they still love you, even from afar, it means the bond is still working its alchemy, even if it's hidden behind silence. Your role is not to decode their behavior or beg for connection, but to ask, what part of me is being invited into healing? What shadow has love brought into the light? When someone disappears, it can feel like abandonment, but sometimes it's a pause designed by the soul to allow for inner integration. The space they create may be the very condition needed for you to remember your own wholeness. It's easy to confuse emotional absence with indifference, but in reality, some people care so deeply that they run. They run because they can't meet the version of themselves that love demands them to become. Carl Jung's teachings remind us that true transformation begins not when we are loved perfectly, but when we learn to sit with the discomfort that love reveals. So let the silence speak. Let the distance show you what you've been avoiding. Let it burn away your illusions. Because sometimes, the most powerful declaration of love is not closeness. It's the growth you're both forced into when space enters the story. And even if they're gone right now, the imprint of the love remains, guiding your evolution in ways you can't yet see. The real test isn't whether they come back, but whether you rise in their absence. To honor your path of inner growth through love, declare it with intention. Comment below, I choose growth over control. to affirm your journey and inspire others to love with awareness, not attachment. Thank you for watching. Remember, distance doesn't always mean disconnection. Sometimes, love continues to flow silently beneath the surface, shaped by inner wounds, personal growth, or the soul's timing. Just as Carl Jung suggested, what's unconscious is often more powerful than what's seen. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to share this video with someone who may need to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Hit the notification bell so you won't miss our next deep dive into the unseen truths of the soul. Until next time, stay aware, stay compassionate, and trust the deeper current of connection. The red thread on the left wrist, a mystery Carl Jung uncovered. An invisible thread connects those who are destined to meet, regardless of time, place, or circumstance. This ancient belief, echoed across cultures, speaks of a force beyond chance, an unseen bond that shapes our encounters and our destiny. Today, on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore the mystery of the red thread on the left wrist, a symbol Carl Jung believed holds profound psychological and spiritual meaning. Imagine if every relationship, every turning point in your life was not random, but guided by an invisible cord of fate. How would you live differently if you truly believed this connection existed? As you watch, I invite you to reflect. Have you ever felt an unexplainable pull towards someone or something? Share your experience in the comments. We might just uncover how your own red thread is guiding you. 1. Ancient spiritual symbol. The red thread on the left wrist is far more than a simple adornment. It is a timeless spiritual emblem that has crossed cultures and centuries, carrying with it an unspoken language of the soul. Soft and unassuming in its appearance, this thread is imbued with intention, worn as a sacred shield and an enduring promise. In many mystical traditions, the left wrist is believed to be the receiving side of the body, the direct pathway to the heart, where energy flows inward and the essence of the soul is most vulnerable. To wear the thread, there is to station a silent guardian at the gates of one's innermost being, allowing love, light, and divine protection to enter, while barring the passage of negativity, malice, and unseen harm. Mystics have wrapped it around their wrists before entering sacred ceremonies. Elders have tied it for the young as a blessing before journeys. Mothers have placed it on newborns to protect the delicate spark of life. In Jewish Kabbalah, the red string is often infused with blessings, wound around holy sites before being tied, and worn as a reminder to resist envy and fear. In Hinduism, it appears as the kalava or mauli, tied during sacred rituals as a covenant between devotee and deity. In Buddhist traditions, monks bless it to seal vows of compassion and spiritual mindfulness. In rural folklore, grandmothers knot it while whispering ancient incantations, believing it confuses wandering spirits and shields them against the evil eye. Though their languages and rituals differ, these traditions converge on the same truth. The red thread is not merely fiber, but intention made tangible, a promise bound into existence. Carl Jung would see this as a manifestation of the collective unconscious, a symbol emerging from the shared depths of human experience. It stands as a bridge between the inner world and the outer one, between personal destiny and universal meaning. Wearing it is like speaking to your own soul, reminding it daily of its mission, its resilience, and its divine connection. The thread becomes a physical anchor for invisible forces, absorbing the touch of your skin, the rhythm of your days, the silent prayers you carry, and the quiet strength you draw upon. When tied with care and faith, it seems to hold life within it, pulsing with the memory of every hand that has tied such a knot before. This humble red thread is lived, not merely worn. It is an intimate exchange between the visible and the invisible, between the mortal self and the eternal pattern that guides all existence. Its true power lies not in the thread itself, but in the intention that birthed it, the lineage of devotion that sustains it, and the openness of the soul that receives it. It binds us to those who walked before us, to those beside us now, and to the unseen threads of destiny that weave through every chapter of our lives. 2. Why the left wrist? In mystical traditions, the left wrist is not chosen at random. It is regarded as a sacred entry point for universal energy, a channel where intuition flows and where soul-level awareness quietly speaks. The left side of the body is considered the receptive side, open to receiving messages from the unseen. And by placing the red thread there, you align it directly with your energetic essence, memories, and heightened sensitivity. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this is exactly the truth that the red thread carries. It is a symbol that brings what is hidden within into the light of awareness. It is not just a decoration, but a living reminder that your energy is precious, that your soul has depth, and that your inner voice deserves to be heard. Like an invisible seal, the thread guards the gateway of the left side, preventing the intrusion of harmful energies, envy, or emotional manipulation. It interacts with your aura, creating a subtle yet powerful shield. Just as you would lock your door at night to protect your home, this thread locks the door to your spiritual essence, telling the universe, "I am conscious of my energy, and I choose to protect it." Without such awareness, the left side can become vulnerable, and negative influences can seep in unnoticed. The thread serves as a quiet guardian, keeping you anchored in your own strength while letting in the guidance and blessings meant for you. Even in today's modern world, this symbolism remains relevant. Consider someone navigating a high-pressure corporate environment, surrounded by competition, deadlines, and subtle power struggles. Each day, they absorb the stress, ambition, and emotional residue of others without realizing it, gradually feeling drained and disconnected from their inner truth. The simple act of wearing a red thread on the left wrist becomes their silent boundary, a daily touchstone that reminds them to pause, breathe, and return to themselves, no matter how loud the outside world becomes. The left wrist also carries a deep connection to the heart, and through the heart, to the soul's memories and sensitivities. In some traditions, mothers tie a red thread on a newborn's wrist as a blessing, connecting the child to ancestral protection and wisdom. In others, Spiritual teachers place it as a mark of initiation, signifying the awakening of inner light and the readiness to walk a conscious path. Whether tied by a loved one or by your own hands, it is more than a ritual. It is a vow to yourself that your energy will not be carelessly given away and that your spiritual connection will be honored. It stands as a quiet but powerful truth. In a world that constantly demands your attention, you must choose what enters your energy field. Carl Jung taught that symbols are the language of the soul, and this thread speaks clearly. You honor your intuition, you protect your essence, and you align yourself with forces greater than the visible world. In safeguarding your left wrist, you are not merely following tradition, you are preserving the sanctity of your soul. If this resonates with you, affirm it in the comments by declaring, "I receive universal energy with an open soul." 3. Meaning and intention. The true power of the red thread on the left wrist lies not in the thread itself, but in the deep spiritual intention woven into it at the very moment it is tied. A simple piece of red string, fragile and unadorned, can carry centuries of mystical wisdom and protective energy when placed upon you with love. Traditionally, it is tied by someone who genuinely cares for you, because love is the strongest transmitter of energy. Their sincerity seeps into every fiber, forming an invisible shield that guards your soul from negativity while reminding you of your worth. When it rests on your wrist, it becomes a living vow to follow your intuition, protect your boundaries, and live in alignment with your truest self. As Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." This small thread becomes your reminder to choose awareness over autopilot, authenticity over approval, and courage over comfort. In many ancient traditions, red symbolizes life force, vitality, and divine protection, which is why the act of tying the thread is often done in silence, like a prayer whispered to the universe. Even without words, the energy is felt, a sacred contract, not written with ink, but sealed with presence and intention. It is a compass on your wrist, guiding you toward decisions that honor your highest good. Its power is not in superstition, but in what it awakens within you. The resolve to honor your inner voice even when it is inconvenient. The strength to say no when your boundaries are tested, and the clarity to choose what truly aligns with your soul's purpose. In a world overflowing with noise and expectations, the red thread calls you back to yourself. You might be in the middle of a busy day, faced with a difficult choice, and your eyes fall upon that small loop of red. In that instant, it speaks without speaking. Remember who you are. Each glance is an invitation to return to mindfulness, to reclaim your center, to act from a place of conscious choice rather than reaction. The thread itself is not the source of magic. It is your intention, your awareness, your commitment that gives it life. Without them, it is only a string. With them, it is a spiritual anchor, a silent teacher, a shield no shadow can penetrate. 4. Revelation and transformation. Beyond the notion of mere protection, the red thread on the left wrist holds a deeper power. It is a living symbol of revelation and transformation, a thread that weaves through the very essence of the soul, binding together the unseen chapters of past, present, and future. It is said to awaken a hidden vision, to draw forth memories long buried, and to stir synchronicities that seem to arrive as whispers from the universe itself. These moments, which Carl Jung described as meaningful coincidences, often come at the exact time they are most needed, a chance encounter with someone who speaks the words your heart has been silently aching to hear, the sudden discovery of a book that answers the unspoken question that has lingered in your thoughts, or a song that plays unexpectedly, carrying the message you could not put into words. The red thread seems to act as a tuning fork for the soul, aligning your energy to the subtle language of the cosmos so that you begin to notice the invisible signs that have always been around you. With each shift in awareness, dormant memories awaken not only fragments from this lifetime, but echoes from lifetimes beyond, where unfinished lessons and forgotten dreams still call for resolution. Old wounds resurface, not to harm you, but to invite healing. Grief that you thought you had silenced speaks again, longing to be understood. In this way, the red thread does not simply reveal, it guides. It becomes a bridge between who you once were, who you are now, and who you are yet to become, weaving them into one coherent whole so that you no longer feel like a collection of disconnected moments, but rather a soul walking an unbroken path. This connection allows you to shape your destiny with intention, to see that fate is not an immovable wall, but a living, breathing dance between your choices and the divine design that holds the universe together. Through this deepened perception, you begin to recognize patterns that were once invisible. The delays you cursed are revealed as protection. The losses you mourned are shown to have carved space for something greater. The strangers you met by chance are seen as messengers bearing gifts. You begin to sense the invisible web connecting people, places, and events, realizing that nothing in your life has been random. This is the gift of heightened spiritual vision, the ability to perceive the hidden order within what once seemed like chaos. The red thread becomes a sacred reminder that every moment carries meaning, that every encounter is part of a grand tapestry woven with threads of light and shadow alike. It is a quiet vow to walk forward with trust, to listen deeply to the signs around you, and to honor the path of your soul as it unfolds. And in the stillness between each heartbeat, it whispers that your wounds are not simply marks of pain, but gateways of transformation, portals through which your light grows stronger, your purpose sharper, and your spirit freer. 5. Cycles and letting go. The red thread on the left wrist is far more than a simple ornament. It is a living symbol of the spiritual truth that life moves in cycles, and every cycle has a natural ending. Carl Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." And in many ways, the fraying or breaking of this thread is a quiet, universal language for transformation. When it loosens, wears thin, or snaps, it is not a random occurrence, but a message from the universe that an energetic or karmic chapter in your life has reached its completion. Sometimes this means you have outgrown an old role, healed from a wound, or learned a lesson your soul needed. Other times, it is a call to release what no longer serves you, an outdated belief, a stagnant relationship, or a heavy attachment you've been afraid to let go. In the flow of modern life, picture someone who has worn their red thread through years of joy, heartbreak, and change. Perhaps it was tied on during a season of deep struggle, a silent vow to stay strong and protected. Over time, it became part of their daily rhythm, a small comfort that was always there. Then one day, while cooking dinner or flipping through a favorite book, the thread breaks. At first, there's a flicker of loss, almost like saying goodbye to an old friend. But as the moment settles, they realize they are no longer the same person who first wore it. The pain that once defined them has softened. The lessons have been absorbed, and their path is pulling them towards something new. The breaking of the thread is not an ending to mourn, but a graduation into a higher chapter of being. In many traditions, replacing or cutting the thread is done with intention and reverence. It is not a careless act, but a ritual of renewal. You pause to honor the protection and meaning the old thread carried, offering gratitude for the journey it witnessed. Then, as you tie on the new one, you consciously invite fresh energy and blessings into your life. This act is more than a simple replacement. It is a declaration that you are ready to embrace change with open hands and an open heart. Carl Jung's insights into synchronicity and the collective unconscious remind us that symbols like the red thread are not random or trivial. Their appearance and even their breaking often aligns with pivotal moments in our lives. The moment the thread phrase may mirror the close of a relationship, the completion of a personal mission, or an inner awakening you didn't see coming. These are not coincidences. They are reminders that life is always speaking to you through signs and symbols, if only you pay attention. The breaking of the red thread is a spiritual invitation, not a loss. It is a gentle but undeniable nudge to release with gratitude, to honor the cycle that is completed, and to step forward into the unknown with courage. Every ending carries the seed of a new beginning, and every renewal of the thread is a reminder that you are not the same as you were before. You are evolving, rising, and aligning with the person your soul is meant to become. If this message has resonated with you, take a moment to pause and type "I release with gratitude" in the comments below as a sign that you're ready to honor the cycles in your life and embrace renewal. Let's walk this path together, learning to let go gracefully and welcome the threads that are meant to stay. 6. Different forms of connection. Not every red thread is a tale of romance. Some are woven between you and a mentor who appears just when you need guidance, offering wisdom that shifts the entire course of your life. Others link you to soul friends, those rare kindred spirits who may walk beside you for a season or a lifetime, leaving an indelible imprint on your heart. There are threads that pull you toward brief but unforgettable encounters, moments that pass in an instant, yet ignite a change that echoes for years. As Carl Jung said, the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. In these connections, whether they last decades or days, lies a mirror reflecting the truths you most need to see about yourself, revealing your strengths, exposing your shadows, and urging you toward growth. In the intricate weave of spiritual evolution, no thread is random. Every soul who crosses your path is a part of a divine arrangement, carrying a purpose to teach you, to challenge you, to heal you, or to awaken something dormant within. Perhaps it's the mentor who believed in you when you were ready to surrender, the friend who could read your silence like an open book, or the stranger whose passing words stayed etched in your mind long after their face had faded from memory. These are not accidents. They are sacred appointments, threads spun by the hands of the unseen. The red thread is a reminder that the universe works through people, often using them as messengers for the lessons your soul is ready to receive. Even painful ties have meaning, stripping away illusions so that something truer can be born. The spiritual law of synchronicity whispers that nothing in your journey is by chance. There is always an unseen order beneath what feels like chaos. When you recognize a red thread in your life, whether tied to love, friendship, guidance, or a fleeting yet profound encounter, honor it. It may not be meant to stay forever, but its purpose is eternal, stitched into the fabric of your soul's becoming. And as Rumi once wrote, "You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop." Every connection, no matter how small it may appear, is part of the vast ocean of who you are becoming. 7. Energetic amplifier. The red thread on the left wrist carries within it an ancient truth. It is far more than a simple ornament, for it functions as a profound energetic amplifier that works quietly yet powerfully to elevate the vibrational frequency of the soul. When worn with awareness, it seems to open an invisible channel, tuning the wearer to the subtle music of the universe, where synchronicities, intuitive whispers, and divine guidance flow more freely. It acts much like a finely tuned instrument, resonating with higher frequencies that align one's inner state with the rhythm of cosmic order. Carl Jung once observed, "Synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those who have eyes to see." And in many ways, the red thread helps keep those eyes, both physical and spiritual, wide open. Every time the gaze falls upon it, the thread calls the mind away from chaos and reminds the heart of its connection to something greater, urging the soul to remain spiritually present and deeply attuned to life's unfolding patterns. This humble strand, though fragile to the touch, becomes an unwavering anchor in the turbulence of modern life. In a world where distractions multiply by the hour and the noise of the external drowns out the voice within, the red thread is like a lighthouse guiding the traveler back to the shores of self-awareness. It pulls you back into the stillness where you can hear your own truth. It becomes a tactile reminder that beyond the fleeting concerns of the day lies the enduring presence of your authentic self. Just a glance can be enough to shift your state from reactive and scattered to grounded and aware, restoring clarity where confusion once reigned. And with each moment of conscious awareness, the soul's frequency rises, naturally attracting experiences, relationships, and opportunities that match this higher vibration. Like a radio dial adjusted to perfection, it enables you to receive the signal of the universe with far greater precision, allowing divine guidance to reach you without distortion. Over time, those who wear the red thread begin to notice patterns they once dismissed as coincidence. A chance meeting that leads to a breakthrough. A sudden insight that resolves a lingering question. An inner nudge that arrives just before a critical decision. These are not accidents. They are the language of synchronicity, amplified by the thread's subtle energy. As your inner resonance strengthens, your reality shifts to mirror that alignment, and you begin to live not by force or fear, but by flow. The red thread thus becomes more than a symbol of protection or tradition. It evolves into a constant companion on the path of spiritual growth. Each time your fingers brush against it, it is as though the soul itself is whispering, "I am here, I am listening, I am aligned. And so, the red thread's quiet power endures, not because of the material it is made from, but because of the transformation it inspires within the steady, luminous remembering that your life is not random, that every thread in your story is woven with purpose, and that you are always in conversation with the infinite. 8. You as the red thread. Just as the red thread tied around the left wrist has for centuries been a quiet yet powerful symbol of protection, connection, and spiritual intention, so too can you become that red thread in someone else's life, a living bridge of transformation, love, and awakening, free from attachment or possession. Carl Jung spoke of the invisible strands within the collective unconscious, the unseen forces binding us across time and space. And when you choose to embody this role, you step into the sacred responsibility of being a steady presence in someone's journey, not to control their path, but to awaken them to their own soul. In a world where relationships are often shaped by what we can take rather than what we can give, to live as the red thread means becoming the quiet anchor that reminds someone of their worth, the source of courage when they feel small, and the light they can lean on when they cannot find their own. It is the teacher who sees the brilliance in a struggling student and patiently nurtures it without expectation. It is the friend who stands beside you in your darkest hour, not to fix your wounds, but to hold the space where you can rediscover your own strength. It is the silent believer who sees your wholeness when you cannot. Jung's principle of individuation teaches that becoming who we truly are often requires such unwavering, non-possessive love, one that liberates rather than binds. Yet to be the red thread is not to drain yourself dry. It is to embody a love that strengthens without shackling, to guide without gripping. The true magic lies in connecting without confining, in weaving resilience into someone's spirit without making them dependent on your presence. There is a story of a woman who volunteered at a community center for troubled teens, week after week, year after year. She never preached, never demanded gratitude, and never sought recognition. She simply offered art supplies, a listening ear, and the quiet reassurance that they mattered. Years later, one of those teens, now a successful social worker, told her, "You were the only constant in my life. You didn't try to save me. You made me believe I could save myself." That is the essence of the red thread. It is not grand acts or public praise, but the unshakable presence that plants the seed of self-belief in another's heart, letting them bloom in their own time. The value of this path is clear: to be deliberate in how you touch the lives around you, to let your presence remind others of their own light, to offer love free from expectation, to inspire without binding, and when the moment arrives, to release them into their own becoming, trusting that the thread you wove into their story has become part of their strength. This is the quiet but profound power Carl Jung pointed to, the ability to awaken what was always within, leaving behind not chains, but an unbreakable connection to the soul. And so, the mystery of the red thread on the left wrist remains a quiet whisper of ancient wisdom, one that invites you to look deeper, to see beyond the surface, and to honor the unseen forces that shape our lives. Whether you believe it is protection, a promise, or a spiritual connection, its meaning ultimately lives in the heart of the one who wears it. If this journey into Carl Jung's insights has sparked your curiosity or opened your mind, let's continue exploring these profound truths together. Please like this video, share it with someone who would find it meaningful, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss the mysteries and insights we uncover next. You've outgrown their chaos. Here's why you feel absolutely nothing now. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. If you've ever wondered why the chaos that once consumed you now feels like a distant echo, this video may hold the answer your soul has been waiting for. Growth isn't always loud. It's often quiet, detached, and rooted in deep inner peace. On Spiritual Wisdom, we explore how emotional neutrality isn't numbness. It's a powerful sign that you've evolved beyond old patterns and reclaimed your energy. What have you recently outgrown that once triggered you? Drop it in the comments, and let's start a conversation about self-mastery, transformation, and the profound wisdom that comes when we no longer react to what once broke us. 1. Emotional neutrality isn't numbness, it's evolution. You no longer react to their chaos, not because you don't care, but because your soul no longer vibrates at that frequency. What used to send waves through your heart now barely stirs the surface of your awareness. This isn't numbness, it's clarity born from deep healing. You've evolved beyond the emotional games that once hooked you. The drama, the manipulation, the baiting, it all used to work because it touched a wound, triggered a pattern, or fed a false identity. But not anymore. Now, when they throw chaos your way, it passes through you like static, meaningless and weightless, because you finally understand it was never about you. This is the quiet power of a soul that has returned to itself, that no longer bends just to be understood, or sacrifices peace to maintain connection. Carl Jung taught that individuation, the path to psychological and spiritual wholeness, is not a journey of becoming someone new, but of remembering who you were before the world told you who to be. And on this path, you begin to see clearly. Not every storm is yours to calm. Not every wound is yours to carry. And not every person deserves access to your nervous system. Detachment doesn't mean coldness. It means your soul has reached a level of awareness where drama no longer entertains you, chaos no longer confuses you, and manipulation no longer moves you. You've spent too many years in survival mode, decoding moods, managing emotions that weren't yours, and calling it love. But real love doesn't require you to abandon yourself. Now, you choose silence over conflict, distance over dysfunction, and inner peace over external validation. The people who once stirred your world now say you've changed, and they're right. You've grown tired of proving your worth, tired of trying to be understood by those committed to misunderstanding you. You're no longer trying to be the bigger person while shrinking yourself. You're no longer explaining your light to those who only feel safe in the dark. What they call cold is actually your soul protecting its warmth. What they call distant is your soul finally breathing without the weight of emotional responsibility for others. You've stopped showing up to battles that are no longer yours, and that silence, that stillness, that unbothered energy, it's not emptiness, it's power. This is the transformation they never saw coming. Not louder, not harsher, but still so still that nothing moves you unless your soul calls it worthy. Are you ready to rise above the noise and embrace emotional clarity? If this message speaks to your soul, comment below. I choose peace to affirm your growth and evolution. 2. Carl Jung's concept of individuation explains this shift. Carl Jung's concept of individuation teaches us that true healing begins the moment we stop identifying with who we were trained to be, rescuers, fixers, peacemakers, and begin reclaiming who we truly are underneath all the noise. You no longer feel the need to save anyone from their chaos, because you've realized that your soul was never meant to drown in someone else's storm. Emotional detachment, in this sense, isn't coldness, it's clarity. It means you've stopped reacting, not because you're numb, but because you've risen above the level of dysfunction where pain once disguised itself as connection. When someone's chaos no longer moves you, it doesn't mean you're heartless. It means your nervous system has healed. You've come home to yourself. This is the result of deep psychological work, the kind Jung emphasized: meeting your unconscious, confronting your shadow, and learning to integrate what you once feared. A woman I knew spent over 10 years entangled with a partner who weaponized silence, created emotional fires just to watch her put them out, and kept her dancing for a love she never truly received. But the day she chose not to fight back, not out of surrender, but out of self-respect, something shifted. She didn't need an apology or a dramatic exit. She just stopped showing up to the performance. That is emotional sovereignty. That is the wisdom of someone who no longer needs to explain their peace. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And once you finally see the pattern, you no longer chase the people who triggered it. You begin to protect your energy like it's sacred because it is. The chaos that once electrified your emotions now sounds like static from a station you no longer tune into. The guilt you once felt for setting boundaries turns into quiet confidence. You stop engaging not because you're passive, but because you're powerful. You no longer need closure, validation, or proof. The absence of reaction becomes your declaration of growth. You don't shrink, chase, or beg. You observe, decide, and move. The lesson here is simple. Peace doesn't always come with trumpets. Sometimes it arrives as silence in your chest where there used to be ache. And that silence is not emptiness. It's wholeness. 3. You stopped leaking energy into chaos that was never yours. You stopped leaking energy into chaos that was never yours. And with that quiet act of inner rebellion, something sacred shifted. You no longer pour your life force into proving yourself to people who were never truly listening. You stopped offering explanations as offerings to those who never valued the truth behind your words. You stopped fixing what was never your burden to mend. Stop chasing closure that was really just a doorway back into emotional disarray. What you've done is not withdrawal, it's spiritual preservation. Carl Jung said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls." But you turned inward. You faced your own soul. And in doing so, you realized not every storm is yours to weather. Not every conflict deserves your reaction. And not every person who touches your life is meant to stay. What once triggered you now barely stirs a ripple in your emotional waters. Not because you've become numb, but because you finally learned emotional discernment. The chaos no longer feels like a challenge to fix. It feels like noise that your soul no longer tunes into. You now understand that every emotional reaction is an energetic transaction, and you've stopped writing emotional checks that cost you your peace. The constant defending, the impulse to clarify your heart to the wrong audience, the endless over-explaining. It was never love. It was trauma in disguise. Now your silence is not passive. It's intentional. Your stillness is not avoidance. It's clarity. You are no longer operating from a need to be chosen by people who benefit from your confusion. You've made a quiet spiritual decision that your nervous system deserves peace, your energy deserves protection, and your soul deserves space to breathe. The spiritual growth you've achieved is not visible in loud declarations or emotional fireworks. It's written in the pause before the reaction, the breath you take before replying, the sacred space you hold instead of engaging in familiar dysfunction. What you feel now is the neutrality, the emotional detachment, the lack of urgency that is not emptiness. It is alignment. It is the natural consequence of inner healing. You've stopped equating emotional chaos with connection, stopped mistaking adrenaline for passion, and stopped believing that suffering is a necessary proof of loyalty. You no longer need to lose yourself to feel bonded to someone. You no longer interpret someone's silence as a call to perform for love. The people who once had the power to disturb your soul now pass through your field like distant echoes. Their storms no longer shake your roots. Their confusion no longer commands your attention. You've outgrown the games, the cycles, the emotional volatility that used to feel like home. You've realized that not everything broken needs your fixing. Not every goodbye needs a speech, and not every reaction needs to be your responsibility. Now, you move with a quiet kind of power, the kind that doesn't chase, doesn't convince, doesn't fight for peace in places where war is the only language. You walk away without burning bridges or needing applause. And in that walk, steady, clear, unapologetic, you carry your spiritual sovereignty, your soul intact, your peace untraded. This isn't numbness. This is the return to yourself. If you're ready to reclaim your energy and honor your sacred center, don't hesitate to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let's affirm this new chapter of peace and power together. 4. Stillness is your power now, not a sign of distance. What they call coldness is actually clarity, and what they call silence is actually the most powerful expression of your soul reclaiming its sovereignty. You are not disconnected. You are just no longer performing emotional gymnastics for people who thrive on chaos and expect you to bleed empathy for their unresolved wounds. You've stopped bending your nervous system to soothe others who refuse to do the inner work. And in that shift, you've discovered a truth that doesn't need defending. Stillness is strength. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And now you see it clearly. Most people are unconsciously addicted to drama because it gives them an identity, something to resist, something to rage against. But you no longer need the storm to feel alive. The absence of reaction is not absence of emotion. It's the presence of mastery. You no longer flinch at the chaos that once shattered you because your soul no longer lives in the frequency of dysfunction. There is no bitterness in you now, just a grounded neutrality that feels like freedom. You're not playing the role of the savior anymore. You've stopped trying to translate your silence into language they can understand. You've realized that not everyone deserves access to your energy, and it's not your responsibility to keep showing up for those who weaponize your compassion or confuse your kindness with consent for emotional abuse. The people who once knew how to trigger you now find a version of you they cannot provoke, because that version of you dissolved when your soul decided it was done being emotionally available to dysfunction. What once pierced you now passes through you like wind through open space, not because you don't care, but because you care too deeply about your own peace. You've redefined connection. You now know that real intimacy feels like safety, not adrenaline. You no longer mistake unpredictability for passion or emotional turmoil for love. You crave softness, reciprocity, a space where your soul can rest without having to prove its worth. And in that craving, you've said no more. No more to apologizing for your boundaries. No more to over-explaining your silence. No more to shrinking your truth for the comfort of those who never chose growth. Your soul is not cold, it is refined. It has shed layers of conditioning that once kept you tethered to people who never saw your depth. You've become fluent in the language of energy, and now you know. If it disturbs your peace, it's not aligned. If you have to abandon yourself to be loved, it's not love. And if they only feel close to you when you're hurting, that's not intimacy. It's codependency disguised as care. You've stopped managing other people's emotional landscapes because you've realized the soul is not a battlefield for unresolved projections. What they see as you pulling away is actually you finally coming home to yourself. This stillness, this detachment, this deep inner calm, it's not the result of apathy, but the outcome of awakening. You're not ignoring them. You're choosing you. You're not above anyone. You're just done being beneath yourself. You're not numb. You're healed. And that's why, when they bring the same chaos they always have, you feel absolutely nothing now. Because you're no longer resonating at the same frequency. Your soul has evolved, and your silence is its testimony. 5. You're no longer available for unconscious projections. You're no longer available for unconscious projections, and that shift has quietly rewritten the rules of every relationship you once tolerated in silence. Where others used to manipulate you through guilt, neediness, or your deep-seated fear of abandonment, now their tactics fall flat like a broken signal trying to reach a disconnected line. The roles they once cast you in caretaker, peacekeeper, emotional dumping ground no longer fit, and your refusal to react the way they expect is a disruption to their entire system. What used to make you feel responsible now simply passes through you without attachment, and that unnerves those who once fed off your emotional compliance. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." And you lived this truth unknowingly for years, caught in loops you didn't realize were conditioning. But healing changed everything. You did the hard work facing the shadows, nurturing the wounded inner child, dismantling the survival patterns you were praised for. And now your soul responds from a place of grounded truth, not reflex. There's a woman named Elena who spent over 20 years of her life being the glue for a family that never asked how she felt. They adored her reliability, not her reality. She was always there, cleaning up after others, softening every conflict, sacrificing weekends, energy, dreams. One day, she stopped. She didn't scream, didn't demand, didn't explain, she just stopped playing a role. And in that stillness, her entire family panicked. But what they called selfish was her first act of spiritual alignment. Her nervous system stopped burning itself out for people who confused her value with her availability. That's not disconnection. That's discernment. And perhaps the same is true for you. You feel nothing not because you've become cold, but because you've become clear. The emotional fog has lifted, and with it, the need to carry what isn't yours. Their chaos used to live in your chest like a second heartbeat. Now it echoes faintly from a version of you that no longer exists. When they try to trigger guilt, it lands nowhere. When they expect you to overextend, you say no without explanation. This neutrality isn't numbness, it's spiritual strength. It's the result of no longer needing validation from wounded places. Carl Jung's concept of individuation is unfolding through you, not as a sudden epiphany, but as a gradual refusal to be who you're not. And that evolution is unsettling to those who were comfortable with your former self-abandonment. Your detachment reflects their lack of self-awareness, and that reflection is blinding. So let them call it distance, coldness, change. Let them flail in the silence your healing creates. Because your soul didn't come here to be a mirror for dysfunction, it came here to remember its own light. And now that you've remembered, everything that isn't aligned will fall away without the need for force or apology. If this message speaks to your soul, repeat after me. I no longer carry what was never mine. I am free, whole, and untouchable. If you feel the shift, like this video, subscribe for more spiritual wisdom and comment below to affirm your healing journey. 6. You didn't stop caring. You stopped abandoning yourself. You didn't stop caring. You stopped betraying yourself. What they called distance was really you reclaiming your peace. You no longer abandon your needs, your intuition, or your truth just to stay connected to chaos. This isn't selfishness. It's a deeply spiritual awakening. You've chosen yourself, not from a place of anger, but from reverence. And yes, at first it feels like loss. But this loss is sacred. Carl Jung called it sacred solitude, a spiritual initiation where you begin peeling back the layers of your false identity, one that was built on pleasing, performing, and surviving. You used to give so much of yourself away, hoping to be seen, but what you've realized now is that being seen by others means nothing if you remain invisible to yourself. You used to feel responsible for their moods, their wounds, their peace, but not anymore. Now, you understand that being spiritual doesn't mean tolerating dysfunction. It means honoring your soul. This shift is powerful. It's the moment you stop rescuing those who are committed to their chaos and begin rescuing the part of you that was drowning in theirs. You no longer explain your boundaries, justify your silence, or shrink your light to make others comfortable. And when they say, "You've changed," you smile because you have. You've stopped confusing love with sacrifice and peace with silence. You now realize that real love begins with self-loyalty. What once triggered you now echoes faintly in the distance, not because you don't feel, but because you've learned to feel without reacting. You've untangled your nervous system from their volatility. This isn't detachment, it's liberation. You're not numb, you're neutral. That neutrality is spiritual. It's what happens when your soul is no longer chained to emotional survival mode. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." But now, you see clearly. You see that not every connection was meant to last, and not every bond was born from love. Some were born from trauma, from patterns, from fear, and healing has made them irrelevant. The moment you no longer chase closure, no longer beg to be understood, is the moment you reclaim your power. You're not reacting because there's nothing left inside you that needs their chaos to feel alive. And while that can feel empty at first, it's actually the beginning of fullness. The soul doesn't scream. It whispers. And in that whisper is a truth you can finally hear. You didn't lose them. You found yourself. 7. You've become the mirror, not the emotional sponge. You no longer absorb their chaos. You reflect it. You no longer flinch, no longer explain, no longer bend to emotional manipulation. What once pierced your heart now dissolves in your presence, not because you've become cold, but because you've become conscious. Your stillness is not indifference. It's sacred soul alignment. You've done the inner work. You've untangled the cords of emotional codependency, and now you stand as a mirror, not a sponge. Your silence is not emptiness. It is the loudest boundary you've ever set. You no longer allow your soul to be a playground for projections. You've learned the cost of betraying your own peace just to maintain a temporary sense of connection. Now you refuse to carry emotional weight that doesn't belong to you. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." And this truth echoes loudly in your transformation. What they once called you too sensitive, too distant, too much is simply the reflection of their own discomfort with your clarity. They feel exposed in your presence because your stillness no longer entertains their shadows. You're not here to absorb, fix, or soften their lessons. You're here to evolve, and in that evolution, you've become unavailable for the drama, the guilt, and the unspoken power games. And as you rise into your sovereignty, you start to understand something vital. Peace is not a passive state. It's a powerful spiritual decision. This isn't numbness. It's discernment. This isn't apathy. It's energetic intelligence. You are no longer reactive because your soul has matured. You've stopped leaking energy into situations that only survive through conflict and emotional baiting. You've realized that not everything requires your engagement, and not everyone deserves access to your inner world. You've reached a point where your silence is your shield, not your prison. You're not emotionally unavailable. You're emotionally selective. You know who you are now. You know your worth. And that means you won't negotiate your inner calm just to make someone else feel temporarily validated. So they call you cold, distant, or hard to reach, but it's not you they're truly reacting to. It's the absence of the chaos they once fed on. It's the discomfort of no longer being able to pull you into their storms. Your detachment is not cruelty, it's clarity. You're not the same person who once over-explained, over-apologized, and overextended. You've become the lesson, not the lifeline. You've stopped proving your love through self-abandonment. You've stopped rescuing people who mistake love for sacrifice. You've stopped shrinking just to fit inside their fragile egos. This is spiritual growth. This is soul maturity. And now you've become the sacred mirror, quiet, clear, unshakable. You reflect truth without distortion. You hold space without absorbing pain. You walk away, not out of anger, but out of reverence for your own soul. Because the most powerful thing you can ever do is to stay rooted in peace while the world tries to pull you into war. And when you can sit in the presence of someone else's chaos and feel absolutely nothing, not out of numbness, but because you've healed, then you'll know you've finally come home to yourself. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. If you're ready to stop absorbing projections and start reflecting truth, type in the comments, "I choose clarity over chaos." 8. This is what it means to be whole. You no longer seek love in the places that broke you. You no longer confuse emotional chaos for chemistry or mistake inconsistency for depth. What once lit you up with longing now flickers out as misalignment. You've outgrown the need to prove your worth through suffering. You feel nothing now, not because your heart is closed, but because it's finally free. Free from the noise, the tests, the survival patterns that made you think love had to be earned through pain. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." But now you see clearly, it was never fate, it was a pattern, and you broke it. You used to react to every jab, every silence, every withdrawal, but now your nervous system is no longer on trial. You've reclaimed your peace, and with that peace came discernment, the ability to stand in the presence of chaos and remain unmoved, not out of indifference, but because your soul no longer sees itself in that mirror. There was a time when the push and pull felt like passion, when emotional labor made you feel needed, when unpredictability gave you a false sense of aliveness. You believed that suffering proved loyalty, that pain meant depth, and that if you could just love harder, they would finally stay. But your healing revealed a hard truth. You were playing a role in someone else's drama, and it was draining the life out of you. Now, the same situations that once consumed your every thought barely register in your spirit. You feel nothing, not because you're bitter, but because your energy is no longer entangled in dysfunction. That's what Carl Jung meant by individuation, the process of separating your identity from the unconscious expectations and emotional projections of others. What used to trigger you now teaches you. What used to wound you now reflects how far you've come. And the silence you once feared, it now feels like sanctuary. This shift is rarely celebrated because people mistake your calm for coldness. They don't see the years it took to untangle your self-worth from their chaos. They don't understand that choosing peace over drama is the loudest form of self-respect. But you know that love should not feel like losing yourself. You know that someone else's instability is no longer your responsibility. And you know that the soul, once it tastes stillness, will never again crave the noise. So when you feel nothing in response to what once devastated you, don't second guess it. That is not numbness. It is sovereignty. That is not emptiness. It is wholeness. That is not the end of your capacity to feel. It is the beginning of your power to choose what's worth feeling for. 9. You've reclaimed your power and peace. You didn't go numb, you elevated. You stopped bleeding for people who kept handing you the knife. What once stirred storms inside you now feels like a distant whisper you no longer answer. Your journey has refined you, not into someone cold or disconnected, but into someone deeply spiritual, someone whose peace has become sacred ground. The chaos that once felt familiar, that once tugged at your heart and triggered your insecurities, now barely registers because you've risen above it, not with arrogance, but with clarity. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." You've made the unconscious conscious. You've witnessed your own trauma patterns, your emotional entanglements, your longing for validation, and you've chosen to let them go. The reactions that once exploded out of you have been replaced with stillness, not because you're suppressing emotion, but because your soul no longer speaks the language of dysfunction. You're not ignoring what happens around you. You're just not internalizing it anymore. And that's spiritual maturity. You've learned the art of emotional alchemy, how to take pain and turn it into wisdom, how to take betrayal and turn it into self-respect. Your boundaries are no longer defenses. They are declarations. They say, "I know my worth now. I know what my energy deserves." You used to explain yourself to people committed to misunderstanding you. Now you just observe in silence. You used to chase peace in the approval of others. Now peace finds you in your solitude. The distance you keep is not punishment, it's protection. Not everyone can be invited into your new frequency. You've stopped romanticizing struggle. You've stopped confusing intensity for intimacy. You've stopped calling emotional roller coasters passion, when in truth, they were chaos dressed as love. You've grown too much to keep shrinking for people who never intended to meet you at your depth. Spiritual growth often feels like losing interest in things that once consumed you, and you felt that shift deeply. You've outgrown the need to retaliate. You've outgrown being triggered. You've outgrown proving your point. Now, your silence speaks louder than their noise. The ones who thrived on your emotional availability now find nothing to feed on. They call you distant, but they don't realize your soul has simply returned home. You are no longer a mirror for their chaos. You are a window into peace. And when people can't join you in that peace, they label you as changed. But change is the point. You didn't survive all you've been through just to stay the same. You healed, you evolved, and you remembered who you are. This is not detachment, it's divine alignment. This is not numbness, it's spiritual wholeness. This is what happens when you finally realize that not every fire is yours to put out, not every battle is yours to fight, and not every storm deserves your thunder. If you've reclaimed your peace and now stand in your power, let the world know. Comment below. I choose peace over chaos to affirm your growth and inspire others to honor their own evolution. And if this message resonates with your soul, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of spiritual insight. As you walk further along your path of growth, remember, feeling nothing doesn't mean you're cold. It means you've healed. You've outgrown the chaos that once consumed you, and in its place now lives inner peace. Carl Jung taught us that individuation is not about reacting louder, but about returning to yourself in stillness and strength. If this message has resonated with your soul today, don't keep it to yourself. Like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights that nourish your spirit. Be sure to turn on notifications so you never miss the next step on your awakening journey. Uncovering the Mother Wound, a soul-level healing journey. The hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. This old saying reminds us just how profoundly a mother's influence shapes our soul. But what happens when that influence leaves behind more wounds than warmth? On Spiritual Wisdom, today's video dives deep into the emotional and spiritual terrain of the mother wound, a hidden imprint that silently affects our relationships, self-worth, and inner peace. Drawing on Carl Jung's timeless insights, we invite you to explore how this wound is not just personal, but ancestral and collective, and more importantly, how it can be healed. As you watch, ask yourself, have I truly faced the parts of me shaped by unmet needs and silent pain? Leave a comment below and share your thoughts. Your story may help someone else begin their healing too. Let's begin this journey of soul-level transformation together. 1. The mother wound is real and often invisible. Society paints motherhood as the ultimate expression of unconditional love, warmth, and nurturing. But beneath that romanticized image lies a truth many carry in silence: the mother's wound. It's a deep, often invisible imprint left on the soul when maternal love is inconsistent, manipulative, rejecting, or entirely absent. Whether the wound was born from overt trauma, like emotional coldness or abandonment, or from covert control masked as care, its effects are profound. It shapes how you see yourself, how safe you feel being emotionally vulnerable, and how you navigate intimacy and self-worth. You may have learned early on that love had to be earned, that your feelings were too much, or that your needs were inconvenient. As a result, you adapted. You became the pleaser, the perfectionist, the fixer, the one who sacrificed authenticity for approval. But that survival strategy came at a cost: a fractured connection to your true self, and a soul still waiting to feel safe enough to exist without apology. The mother wound is not just a memory from childhood. It's alive in adulthood in the form of people-pleasing, boundary issues, burnout, or relationships that mirror emotional instability. It hides behind your high achieving, your self-doubt, your tendency to shrink so others feel comfortable. And yet, this wound often goes unspoken, buried under guilt, especially in a culture that deifies mothers and shames any narrative that contradicts that ideal. But healing begins when you stop defending the pain and start naming it. This is not about blame, it's about the truth. It's about validating the part of your soul that never felt fully seen or cherished. Carl Jung reminds us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And so, we must become conscious of how this wound has shaped our identity, our beliefs about love, and our relationship to power and worth. Healing the mother's wound doesn't mean cutting ties or holding grudges. It means reclaiming the emotional real estate that has long been occupied by fear, guilt, or unmet expectations. It means learning to mother yourself to meet your own emotional needs with gentleness, with clarity, and with compassion. It means allowing your soul to grieve the love it didn't receive, and then choosing, over and over, to give yourself the love that was missing. And as you do, the old patterns begin to dissolve. You no longer need to chase validation. You no longer confuse control for care. You begin to feel safe in your truth and whole in your presence. This is the quiet revolution of soul healing. It's invisible on the outside, but internally, it changes everything. If you've ever faced the silent pain of a complicated mother-child relationship, we invite you to share your story in the comments. It could help someone feel less alone. And if you're just beginning to explore this healing journey, comment, "I'm ready to heal," so we can walk this path together, one soul at a time. 2. The pain is internalized and passed on. When a child grows up without feeling fully seen, safe, or unconditionally loved by the one person who was meant to offer those things, the wound left behind is not just emotional, it's soul deep. Carl Jung's insight that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, speaks directly to this truth. The mother's wound isn't always visible. It doesn't always come from overt abuse or cruelty. Often, it is born from emotional absence, silent criticism, or a love that felt conditional. Over time, that subtle ache transforms into a set of internal beliefs that whisper, "I'm not good enough," "My needs are a burden," or "I must earn love to deserve it." And without realizing it, these beliefs start to shape how you relate to everything: your boundaries, your self-worth, your relationships, your success. Take the story of Mia, a high-achieving woman who can never rest without guilt. She constantly says yes, even when she's exhausted, seeking validation in every area of her life. On the surface, she's accomplished, but inside, she feels like an imposter. This isn't a personality flaw, it's a survival response. Her mother was present physically, but emotionally distant, only showing affection when Mia performed well. That taught her that love is earned, not given freely. Carl Jung would say that Mia isn't just reacting to her present, it's her unconscious past that's playing out in her present behavior. These soul-level imprints don't start with us, but they live within us until we name them. And if we don't, we pass them down. Because unhealed wounds always find expression, usually in the next generation. That's why the journey of healing the mother wound isn't about assigning blame. It's about reclaiming the parts of ourselves that we abandoned to stay loved. When you finally recognize that what you thought was your personality perfectionism, people-pleasing, emotional numbness, was actually a set of coping strategies to survive emotional disconnection, you begin to open a doorway back to your soul. You stop chasing external approval and start offering yourself the unconditional presence you always craved. You stop running from your pain and begin to witness it with compassion. This is what soul-level healing looks like, not fixing yourself, but remembering that you were never broken to begin with. Healing doesn't require your mother's apology or her understanding. It only requires your willingness to see the wound and hold it differently. As you learn to mother yourself, your nervous system softens, your boundaries strengthen, your voice becomes clearer. You are no longer a child waiting to be chosen. You are the adult choosing yourself again and again. And in doing so, you become the one who ends the generational story of silence, shame, and self-abandonment. The wound may not have started with you, but the healing can and must start with you, because your soul remembers everything, and it's waiting for you to return to the truth that you are already enough, already worthy, already whole. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on breaking generational patterns and healing the hidden wounds that shape our identity. Your journey to conscious transformation starts here. 3. Attachment patterns stem from early maternal bonds. Attachment theory reveals a powerful truth that the emotional patterns we carry into adulthood are often echoes of the bond we formed with our mother in our earliest days. If that bond was nurturing and stable, it planted the seeds of security, trust, and self-worth. But if it was marked by absence, criticism, unpredictability, or emotional coldness, it left a spiritual wound so deep it shaped how we give and receive love. Many walk through life with anxious attachment, clinging tightly to relationships in fear of abandonment, constantly needing reassurance because deep down, they were never sure love would stay. Others develop avoidant attachment, keeping people at arm's length, building walls instead of bridges, because intimacy feels like a risk they can't afford. And some are caught in a disorganized pattern, simultaneously yearning for connection and fearing it, approaching only to pull away, trapped in a confusing dance of emotional chaos that began in a home where love was both the prize and the punishment. These aren't personality flaws. They're survival strategies, coping mechanisms crafted by a child trying to make sense of a mother's inconsistent signals. Carl Jung once said, "The greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parent." And in that one sentence lies the heartbreaking reality of the mother's wound. Because so often, we didn't just receive our mother's affection, we inherited her fears, her shame, her silence, her inability to love herself, and her longing to be loved in return. We became the emotional container for her unmet needs, and in the process, many of us lost touch with our own. The spiritual wound is not just about what happened, it's about what didn't happen. It's about the hugs that weren't given, the words that weren't spoken, the safety that wasn't felt, the gaze that never fully saw you. And that absence of nourishment leaves a soul starving for recognition, aching for love, and confused about its worth. This wound seeps into every corner of life. It influences how you choose partners, how you react to feedback, how you set or violate your own boundaries, how you chase success to prove your worth, or sabotage it out of guilt. It whispers in your ear, telling you you're too much when you express your emotions, or not enough when you ask to be seen. But healing this is not about turning against your mother. It's about turning toward yourself with fierce compassion. It's about reparenting the inner child who had to grow up too fast, who never felt fully chosen, and who still believes love must be earned through self-betrayal. Spiritual healing means becoming the mother you never had. It means sitting with your wounds without shame, honoring the pain without becoming it, and finally giving yourself the tenderness you always craved. The moment you begin to see your emotional triggers not as flaws, but as messages from your soul asking to be heard, everything begins to shift. You no longer chase love. You attract it through authenticity. You no longer fear abandonment. You embrace solitude as sacred space. You no longer repeat cycles. You create new patterns rooted in self-trust. The nervous system begins to calm. The need for external validation fades, and slowly, the child within you feels safe enough to rest. Healing the mother's wound is a spiritual awakening. It's the act of remembering who you were before the world told you who to be. It's peeling back the layers of adaptation to rediscover the soul that has always been whole underneath. And while this journey isn't easy, it is the gateway to freedom. Because once you mother yourself with unconditional love, you stop searching for it in people who cannot give it. You stop trying to fix what someone else broke. You stop confusing love with pain. And in that sacred reclamation, you don't just heal, you transform. 4. The inner mother must be transformed, not the real one. So many of us silently carry a hunger we can't quite name, the aching need for the love, safety, and acceptance that should have come from our mother, but never did. We grow up learning to survive emotional deserts, navigating life with a deep-rooted sense that something essential was missing. But what if the answer isn't found in waiting for your mother to change or finally say the words you've longed to hear? What if the real healing begins when you realize that the transformation doesn't depend on her at all, but on you? Carl Jung taught that within every human being lives an archetype called the Great Mother, a psychic blueprint that shapes how we love, nurture, and relate to the feminine. This inner figure, embedded deep within your soul, is not your literal mother, but the emotional imprint of how you experienced her. If she was critical, absent, cold, or controlling, that distortion becomes internalized, and the voice you now hear inside may not be your own, it might be hers. And so, you don't just inherit her genes, you inherit her emotional patterns, her pain, her silence, and her inability to give what she never received. Healing the mother wound at the soul level means shifting the internalized image of her that still governs your sense of worth. This isn't about blame, it's about liberation. It's about understanding that the mother you needed can now be rebirthed within you through intention, compassion, and spiritual courage. That means gently confronting the inner critic that mimics her voice and replacing it with the voice of the healed mother archetype, the one who is unconditionally loving, endlessly nurturing, and fiercely protective. It means grieving what was missing without shame and choosing to show up for your own needs with presence and power. This process is not linear. One moment you might feel rage, the next, sorrow, then profound clarity. But each step you take toward reshaping that inner bond is a radical act of soul reclamation. You begin to mother yourself in the way you were never mothered, setting boundaries not out of rebellion, but from reverence, speaking to yourself with tenderness instead of punishment, no longer performing for love, but embodying it from within. As you do this, the grip of the old mother's wound begins to loosen, and a new story takes root, one in which you are no longer the child begging to be seen, but the soul awakening to its own divine nurturance. You don't need your actual mother to become someone else. You only need to stop waiting for the love that never came and start becoming the source of it for yourself. Because true freedom is not found in her transformation, it's found in yours. If you're still with us on this healing journey, comment, "I'm transforming within," below. Your reflections help us grow this space for deep emotional and spiritual healing. 5. The persona and shadow are born from the mother complex. To survive childhood, many of us unconsciously shape ourselves into someone we think will be loved. What Carl Jung called the persona, the obedient child, assistant, the helper, the one who doesn't make waves. In doing so, we exile parts of ourselves that felt too messy, too needy, too angry, too emotional into the shadow. Over time, this split creates inner tension, manifesting in adulthood as anxiety, guilt, emotional numbness, or the painful urge to please everyone while quietly losing ourselves. You might feel like you're constantly performing, showing up with a smile even when you're exhausted, or swallowing your truth just to keep the peace. And the saddest part is, you may not even know why, only that something feels hollow. This deep fracture, this internal war, often stems from the mother complex, the emotional pattern we form in response to how love was given or withheld by our mothers. Carl Jung understood that our healing doesn't lie in rejecting the mother or blaming her, but in integrating the parts of ourselves we once had to abandon. One woman I worked with had spent her entire life striving to be perfect wife, perfect employee, perfect daughter, but she was emotionally burnt out and riddled with self-doubt. When we traced her exhaustion to its roots, we found a little girl who learned she could only earn love by being flawless. That child never got to rest, to say no, to just be. The spiritual journey of individuation invites us to go inward, not to fix ourselves, but to reclaim the parts we exiled. It means letting the angry parts speak. It means holding the sorrowful self close. It means asking, "Who am I when I am no longer performing for approval?" It means realizing that the parts of yourself you were taught to suppress were not shameful. They were sacred. As Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Healing the mother's wound is not about confronting your mother. It's about confronting the truth within yourself. It's about creating safety in your own soul for emotions that once felt dangerous. It's about knowing you are not ungrateful for telling the truth. You are not dramatic for feeling deeply. You are not weak for wanting to be loved without conditions. The mother's wound is real, but so is your capacity to heal it. And that healing begins when you stop running from your shadow and start listening to it. So here's what I want you to remember. Your pain is not imaginary. It's inherited, but it's also interruptible. You can still love your mother and acknowledge what hurt. Your shadow is not a flaw. It is a guide. Healing does not require perfection. It requires presence. And wholeness isn't something you achieve. It's something you remember, because your soul was never broken, only buried beneath the masks you wore to survive. 6. Archetypes, like anima and animus, are also distorted. The mother's wound isn't just emotional, it's spiritual, ancestral, and deeply archetypal. Carl Jung's insights into the unconscious remind us that the patterns we carry often begin in silence, in childhood, and get etched into the soul. Men with unresolved mother wounds often find themselves drawn to emotionally distant or controlling partners, not because they want to suffer, but because their psyche is trying to recreate the pain of not being nurtured, in the secret hope that this time it might finally lead to healing. It's not weakness, it's a spiritual reenactment of an unmet need, a subconscious longing to be chosen and seen by the feminine energy that once felt cold or unavailable. For women, the mother wound doesn't always show up in relationships with others. It often turns inward, becoming a harsh, punishing inner voice. This is the distorted animus, the masculine archetype within, which instead of protecting and guiding, becomes a critic demanding perfection, productivity, and relentless self-discipline. It's the voice that tells her she is never enough, never doing enough, never lovable unless she's achieving. These distorted archetypes, anima and animus, are not random flaws. They are spiritual symptoms of generational pain and emotional inheritance. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And that's exactly what the mother wound does. It hides in the shadows, replaying itself in failed relationships, burnout, anxiety, and self-sabotage, all while whispering that this is just how life is. But it isn't. This is not fate. It's a wound, and wounds can heal. To begin the journey is to stop blaming and start becoming aware, not of what she did or didn't do, but of the parts of you that formed in response to it. Healing is not about rewriting your childhood or confronting your mother. It's about rewriting the voice in your head, the rules in your nervous system, the beliefs in your soul. It's about recognizing that your inner critic may not be you. It may be her voice, her fear, her wound echoing through your being. And once you see that, you begin to reclaim yourself. The spiritual path back to wholeness begins when you stop seeing your pain as a burden and begin to see it as a teacher. That ache you feel in your chest, that's not drama or weakness. That's your soul asking to be heard. That's your sacred self calling you back. Healing the mother wound is a soul-level awakening. It's learning to mother yourself in the way you were never mothered, to create a home within your own heart, to stop performing and start receiving. And when you do, you don't just heal, you liberate. You break the cycle not only for yourself, but for every generation that comes after you. Now, take a deep breath, soften your body, and bring awareness to the voices within. Are they truly yours, or echoes of a wounded past? If this message speaks to your soul, comment, "I'm reclaiming my inner voice," below, and let the healing begin. 7. Healing involves awareness, release, and reparenting. There is a kind of grief that doesn't always scream. It simmers beneath perfectionism, people-pleasing, emotional detachment, or an aching loneliness that even love can't quite soothe. This grief, rooted in the absence or distortion of maternal love, leaves behind a soul-level wound that silently shapes how you trust, how you relate, how you speak to yourself when no one's listening. It's not always born from obvious abuse. Sometimes it's the cold tone, the missed eye contact, the love that came with conditions, or the constant message that your emotions were too much. Carl Jung once said, "The greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parent." And when your mother never healed her pain, you were often handed the weight of it. But healing does not begin with blame. It begins with awareness. The moment you name what was missing, what hurt, what shaped your identity in silence. This awareness cracks the illusion that your childhood was fine just because your physical needs were met. And it gives you permission to stop normalizing emotional starvation. Once awareness takes root, the next step is release, learning to let go of the buried rage, grief, and longing in a way that honors the child you were and the adult you are becoming. Tools like letter writing allow you to say what was never safe to speak. Inner child dialogues give voice to parts of you frozen in time. The empty chair method lets you express what your younger self needed to scream. Visualization helps you see yourself holding that child with the tenderness no one else could give. These aren't just techniques. They are sacred encounters with the soul, where you finally make contact with the pain that has been living inside you for decades. And then comes the reparenting, not as a concept, but as a daily spiritual practice. You become the mother you always needed, patient, present, warm, and strong. You start speaking to yourself in ways that soothe instead of shame, and you begin offering your inner child what she was once denied: comfort, safety, joy, and permission to be messy, loud, or sad without punishment. This is the essence of soul work, to rebuild the inner scaffolding from which you live, so that your choices are no longer shaped by old wounds, but by deep self-trust. Jungian therapy supports this beautifully, helping you recognize the inner archetypes that have ruled your life: the inner critic, the abandoned child, the hero, the shadow, and slowly transform them into allies rather than saboteurs. As the internal landscape shifts, your external life changes too. You stop needing others to validate you because you've become your own emotional home. You stop chasing love and start attracting it from a place of sovereignty. You stop apologizing for your existence and start living from your soul. The mother wound no longer owns your narrative. It becomes the very soil from which your healing grows. 8. You can break the cycle and reclaim wholeness. You can break the cycle and reclaim your wholeness, not through blame or resentment, but by stepping into the quiet power of awareness, presence, and emotional responsibility. Healing is not about fixing the past or waiting for apologies that may never come. It's about no longer abandoning yourself in the ways others once did. As Carl Jung said, "He who looks inside awakens." And when you dare to look inward with honesty instead of shame, you begin to understand that your pain was never proof of your failure, but a call to awaken. Maybe you grew up in a home where love was conditional, where emotional neglect or constant criticism taught you that you had to earn affection. That silence was safer than honesty. That pain doesn't disappear just because you grow older. It hides in your relationships, your fears, your self-talk. One woman, outwardly thriving with a beautiful family and successful business, confessed that every achievement still left her empty. She wasn't chasing goals. She was chasing the mother who never truly saw her. Her healing didn't begin with confrontation. It began when she allowed herself to grieve, not just the mother she had, but the nurturing she never received. That moment of truth broke the trance of generational pain. Because healing at the soul level begins when you stop running and start feeling, when you stop waiting for someone else to validate your wounds and begin holding your inner child in compassion. Carl Jung warned that until we make the unconscious conscious, it will rule our lives and we will call it fate. And so, every time you catch yourself repeating an old pattern of shutting down, self-sabotaging, criticizing yourself in your mother's voice, and choose something different, You are rewriting fate, not with perfection, but with presence. You don't need to be flawless to heal. You need honesty. You need the courage to stay present when your triggers flare up. You need the humility to forgive your parents without excusing their harm, and the strength to reparent yourself in ways they never could. This isn't about becoming someone new. It's about remembering who you were before the shame, before the conditioning, before you learned to hide your light to feel safe. It's about recognizing that you are not your mother's silence, her rejection, or her wounds. You are the one who stops the cycle by choosing self-love over self-abandonment, truth over performance, and soul alignment over survival. The value of this journey lies not in becoming perfect, but in becoming whole, one choice, one breath, one honest moment at a time. If this message spoke to a part of you that's ready to break the cycle and return to your true self, I'd love to hear how you're choosing presence and emotional responsibility in your own journey. Drop a comment below and share your story. Or if this resonates deeply, simply type, "I choose wholeness," to affirm your path forward. Thank you for joining us on this soul-level journey into healing the mother wound. Remember, acknowledging your pain is not weakness. It's the first act of courage on the path to wholeness. As Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." If this message resonated with you, please take a moment to like this video, share it with someone who may need it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more transformative insights. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos, each one designed to guide you deeper into your healing and spiritual awakening. Your journey matters, your soul matters, and you are never alone. If a person does this, they hate you a lot. They damaged you intentionally. The reason for evil in the world is that people are not able to tell their stories. Carl Jung. Sometimes, the darkest truths are hidden in plain sight, masked by politeness, cloaked in excuses. In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we explore one of Carl Jung's most unsettling revelations. When someone intentionally harms you, it's not always a misunderstanding. It may be a reflection of something far more sinister lurking within their psyche. What if the betrayal you endured wasn't an accident, but a conscious act rooted in deep psychological contempt? As you watch, reflect on the patterns in your own life. Have you ever ignored the signs because the truth felt too heavy? Share your thoughts in the comments. Has someone ever revealed their shadow to you through cruelty? Let's begin this journey into the hidden layers of the human soul. 1. Intentional harm is a shadow-driven act. According to Carl Jung, when someone hurts you intentionally, it's not a misunderstanding. It's not an accident. It's a conscious act driven by the darkest parts of their psyche. This is the shadow at work, the hidden, unconscious force that stores everything a person represses: hatred, envy, rage, and cruelty. When someone acts from this place, their soul is no longer responding to you as a human being, but as a projection of something they despise within themselves. This isn't a slip of emotion or an impulsive outburst. It's a slow brewing storm from within, where their contempt has silently grown roots. Jung warned that contempt is one of the most dangerous psychological states because it strips away empathy and replaces it with self-righteous cruelty. It justifies harm in the mind of the aggressor. In their world, you're no longer a soul with feelings. You're an object, a target, a symbol of what they can't control within themselves. The scariest part is that they often don't even know they're doing it. They believe their actions are rational, even deserved. And that is the hallmark of the unexamined shadow it destroys without guilt and damages without pause. They don't just dislike you. They've erased your humanity in order to feel powerful. This psychological erasure gives them permission to violate boundaries, twist your words, sabotage your peace, and still sleep at night. That is not a mistake. That is not love confused. That is spiritual disconnection at its core. Their soul has closed off the path of reflection, and instead, their shadow takes the wheel. And when that happens, their presence becomes toxic, their love conditional, and their words coded in manipulation. If you've ever been on the receiving end of this kind of harm, know that your pain is not an overreaction. It is your soul trying to alert you that something deeply unnatural has occurred. You are not overthinking. You are spiritually aware. The energy feels wrong because it is wrong. Your body, your intuition, your higher self can all detect when the soul of another has turned away from the light. You might try to rationalize it, give them chances, assume the best, but the truth remains. When someone's shadow has chosen to attack you, your response is not to fix them, it's to protect your soul. You are not called to be their healer. You are called to be your own guardian. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." But if you keep excusing intentional harm as confusion or weakness, you will lose years trying to love someone who is silently at war with themselves and taking it out on you. Your soul is sacred. Your presence is not disposable. You are not here to be a dumping ground for someone else's unresolved pain. The spiritual path asks for compassion, yes, but also discernment. Because not all broken people want to heal. Some want control. Some want power. Some want you to shrink so they can feel tall. And the most dangerous ones will hurt you on purpose and still convince you that you're the problem. That is not love. That is a soul consumed by shadow. And no amount of empathy will save them if they are not willing to face their own reflection. You must recognize when someone is using their wounds as weapons. You must trust what your soul feels, even if your mind wants to give them another chance. Because true healing does not happen in the presence of intentional harm. It happens in truth, in awareness, in soul-level clarity. And sometimes, the most spiritual thing you can do is walk away, not with hate, but with holy reverence for your own soul. Have you ever experienced harm that felt too deliberate to be accidental? If so, share your thoughts or story in the comments so others can learn from your insight. If not, comment, "I'm learning to see the shadow, and let's explore the deeper truth together." 2. Contempt justifies cruelty. Carl Jung exposed a chilling truth about the human psyche. Contempt isn't just an emotion, it's a psychological weapon. When someone feels contempt for you, they don't simply dislike you. They erase your humanity in their mind and construct a moral story where harming you becomes justified. You're no longer seen as a person with feelings and dignity. You become an object of punishment, a symbol of something they claim deserves to be degraded. And what's most disturbing is how logical and righteous it can all appear to them. Jung described contempt as the most dangerous emotional state because it doesn't just create distance, it builds a narrative where cruelty feels deserved. The person who holds this contempt may speak calmly, smile politely, or maintain a mask of civility. But beneath that surface lies a calculated belief that you are less than. This isn't a moment of anger. It's a system of thought designed to legitimize emotional violence. You see this in real life more often than you think. Take the case of a man who quietly excels at his job, who helps others without fanfare, who avoids drama. One day, a new manager arrives, someone charming but subtly power-hungry, someone who thrives on dominance masked as leadership. The manager starts dismissing ideas, questioning intentions, making jokes that sting, but it's not playful, it's surgical. Over time, the manager reframes this man's presence as a threat or a nuisance, whispering criticisms behind closed doors, assigning blame in meetings, erasing credit for hard work. By the time the man notices the pattern, the damage is deep. His reputation is dented, his confidence shaken, and the worst part is the internal confusion. What did I do wrong? The answer lies in Jung's shadow theory. Some people, when unable to face their own pain or insecurity, project it outward. They assign it to someone else, someone who unconsciously triggers their hidden wounds. Contempt becomes a tool for control, and their cruelty becomes disguised as leadership, as honesty, as just doing their job. This is why Jung's teachings are so vital, because they teach us to read beneath the surface of people's actions and to recognize when something far more dangerous is at play. If someone consistently acts in ways that diminish you, belittle your worth, and justify harm while keeping their conscience clean, you're not dealing with random misbehavior. You're facing a soul that has chosen to distort reality in order to protect its own fractured self-image. The truth is, many people cannot handle the light you carry. They don't know how to meet it with honesty or growth, so instead, they attack it. And when that light reflects something unresolved within them, their contempt isn't just about you, it's about their refusal to evolve. You must learn to see contempt for what it is, a reflection of their brokenness, not your value. Don't explain it away. Don't internalize it. Don't make it your mission to be understood by someone who has already rewritten the story to make you the villain. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Let this be the moment you recognize the unconscious patterns in others for what they are: projections, not truths. Choose your peace over their poison. Protect your soul. 3. The shadow uses masks to hide malice. The shadow doesn't always scream. Hated often whispers it behind a smile, cloaked in false concern, strategic silence, or spiritual language that sounds holy but feels hollow. Carl Jung's dark truth reminds us that the deepest malice often hides behind the appearance of morality, and that's what makes it so dangerous. When someone's shadow is active, it doesn't necessarily come to destroy you with fire. It comes dressed as care, as friendship, as calm detachment. But underneath it all is a quiet intention to undermine, to control, to erode you subtly while appearing blameless. These people won't always lash out. Instead, they'll manipulate the energy of a room, twist your words when no one's watching, or smile while making sure your success doesn't go too far. That's because the shadow thrives in denial. It's a part of the human psyche that refuses to admit its own darkness, so it masks it in politeness, spiritual superiority, or carefully crafted silence. Actions, Jung taught us, speak louder than words. And in truth, when someone repeatedly forgets your joys, but always remembers your failures, when they disappear in your pain, but show up to criticize your healing, this is not accidental, it's psychological warfare. It's their shadow, projecting its own self-hate onto your growth. Because when someone cannot handle their own inadequacy, your confidence becomes threatening. When they feel unseen in their own life, your light becomes offensive. And so, instead of looking inward and healing spiritually, they choose the easier path to mask their envy in detachment, their jealousy in subtle digs, their contempt in silence. This kind of spiritual sabotage is rarely dramatic. It's slow, it's quiet, it's calculated. And by the time you realize it, you've often already begun to shrink yourself to survive their presence. The truth is, not everyone clapping for you is celebrating you. Some are only near you to study you, to find your cracks, to feel superior in your moments of weakness. And here's what makes it worse. They often tell themselves they love you. They convince themselves their absence is justified. Their critiques are helpful. Their emotional withdrawal is simply boundaries. But your soul knows the difference. You feel the cold energy, the dissonance, the spiritual rejection that has no name but feels like death by 1,000 cuts. This is why it's essential to watch behavior, not listen to empty words. Because while people may pretend, energy does not. Their shadow tells the truth in patterns, in repetition, in the discomfort you feel when they walk into the room, and your spirit tightens instead of relaxing. If someone is erasing your joy, dismissing your voice, or making you feel invisible when you need love the most, that's not confusion, it's contempt. That's not forgetfulness, it's spiritual neglect. And you don't need to wait for louder proof. The subtle signs are enough. The soul speaks in quiet knowing. You don't owe anyone more chances to dim your light just because they won't face their own shadow. Jung didn't teach us this truth to make us bitter. He taught it so we could finally stop gaslighting ourselves and start trusting what we feel. The moment you honor your intuition over someone's polished performance is the moment your spiritual awakening truly begins. Have you ever sensed something dark hiding behind a kind face? If this message resonates, comment below. I will look deeper to commit to seeing through the masks. Let's walk this path of awareness together. 4. Manipulators weaponize intimacy. There's a chilling truth about betrayal that Carl Jung called privileged destruction, when someone who knows your soul intimately uses that sacred knowledge not to love you, but to break you. This kind of pain doesn't come from strangers or accidents. It's delivered with precision by someone who once held your trust, your secrets, your dreams, and your vulnerabilities. They remember the story behind your fears. They know what makes your heart beat faster, and they understand the spiritual values you hold close, and then they aim directly at those places to cause the deepest soul wounds. These attacks are never random. They are calculated spiritual violations. It's not confusion. It's intent. It's not a weakness. It shadows Jung's term for the hidden, darker parts of the psyche, filled with repressed emotions, envy, rage, shame. When left unchecked, the shadow becomes a quiet predator, using familiarity as a disguise. The person hurting you isn't lashing out blindly. They're using your love, your faith, your hope as weapons. And that's what makes it so devastating. They remember your spiritual journey and mock it. They recall your dreams and ridicule them in your weakest moments. They see your gentleness not as beauty, but as a target. And the worst betrayal of all, they make it seem like care. They smile while they destroy you. You're left questioning your reality. You wonder if maybe you overreacted. Maybe you misunderstood. Maybe they didn't mean it that way. But Jung warned us, when contempt takes over, when a person no longer sees you as fully human, they can justify anything. They don't just hurt you. They erase your spiritual dignity, your soul's truth, and your emotional safety. And they do it with a terrifying calm. True love never does this. True love protects the soul, shelters it, nourishes it. But those who manipulate intimacy use your own story against you, turning your openness into ammunition. When they recall a childhood trauma just to win an argument, or use your deepest confession to shame you, they're not angry, they're strategic. That is the darkest part. They aren't reacting, they are orchestrating, and you can feel it. You may not be able to explain it, but your soul knows the difference. There's a spiritual sting in the air, a heaviness that settles when the person who once held your hand now holds a knife behind their back. Jung's insight wasn't just psychological, it was spiritual. He showed us that the shadow, when unleashed, does not fight fair. It studies you, it memorizes you, it mimics care while preparing for your collapse. And that's why healing from this isn't about getting over a fight. It's about reclaiming your soul from someone who tried to break it piece by piece. The danger isn't just in their words, it's in their silence, their timing, the way they strike when you're most open, most human, most hopeful. This is why you must trust the moments your soul feels sick around someone, even when your mind is still making excuses for them. If this message helped you recognize the hidden ways intimacy can be weaponized, be sure to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let's keep uncovering the deeper truths of the human psyche together. 5. Gaslighting is psychological warfare. Gaslighting is not just a manipulation tactic. It's a form of psychological warfare that distorts your reality until you no longer trust your own mind. Carl Jung's teachings shed light on the depth of this darkness, revealing that when someone operates from their unacknowledged shadow, the hidden, rejected parts of their psyche, they often become dangerous, not through physical harm, but through quiet, calculated psychological destruction. After hurting you, the manipulator doesn't just deny what happened. They rewrite the narrative entirely. They'll tell you you're too sensitive, that you misunderstood, that it wasn't that serious, and little by little, you start to believe it. The worst part is that you begin to feel guilty, not for what you did, but for simply reacting to their abuse. That guilt turns into silence. That silence turns into submission. And eventually, your soul forgets the sound of its own truth. Jung believed that contempt is one of the most chilling emotional states because it strips another human being of their dignity. When a person gaslights you, it's not an accident. They have psychologically erased your right to reality, and by doing so, they've placed themselves in the position of God over your perception. In the real world, this plays out more often than we think. A man constantly ridicules his partner's goals, Then when she cries, tells her she's too emotional. A manager excludes a worker from meetings, then blames them for being uninformed, all while insisting they're just trying to help. These patterns are not random. They're intentional distortions designed to disorient you. Jung warned that the shadow, when left unexamined, doesn't just stay buried. It lashes out. It projects. And the victim of gaslighting becomes the unwilling canvas for someone else's repressed self-hatred. That's why, over time, you begin to feel small, confused, anxious. You doubt your memories, your instincts, your worth. But the truth is, the moment you start asking yourself, "Am I crazy?" the damage has already begun. The manipulator's greatest weapon is not the lie they tell you, but the lie they teach you to tell yourself. What makes gaslighting so spiritually damaging is that it doesn't just harm your emotions, it severs your connection to your inner compass. Carl Jung emphasized that the soul thrives in clarity and authenticity, and when you are constantly fed distortion, your spiritual alignment collapses. You start making yourself smaller, just to keep the peace. You apologize for wounds you didn't cause. You live in fear of speaking up because you've been trained to expect punishment for simply being honest. This is not love. This is control. This is a subtle, silent war on your identity. The manipulator doesn't want you to feel safe. They want you to feel dependent, because a person disconnected from their own truth is easier to dominate. This is why Jung urged us to bring our unconscious patterns into the light, because what remains hidden has the power to enslave us, and what is acknowledged has the power to set us free. Your soul is not crazy. Your feelings are not wrong. And your memories do not need someone else's permission to exist. If someone makes you feel guilty for noticing mistreatment, if they twist your reality to suit their comfort, recognize this for what it is: not a misunderstanding, but a calculated effort to disarm your mind and diminish your spirit. The path forward begins the moment you stop negotiating your truth and start trusting your voice again. 6. Your healing threatens their control. When you start healing, when you begin standing taller and breathing easier, it's not peace that toxic people feel, it's panic. Carl Jung uncovered something few people want to face. Those who once controlled you weren't drawn to your love, your loyalty, or your light. They were drawn to your wounds. Your pain served them. Your brokenness gave them leverage. So when you begin to rise, when your voice steadies and your heart softens toward yourself, it disrupts the entire narrative they built to keep you under their influence. They don't return to say sorry. They return to see if they still have access to the weaker version of you they once controlled. Their presence isn't an accident, it's a test. And this test is spiritual. It challenges not only your boundaries, but your sense of identity. As you shift, their tactics don't evolve, they repeat. Same words, same patterns, same emotional bait, because they are trying to reawaken a version of you that no longer exists. Jung taught that the shadow, the hidden part of our psyche, projects onto others what we refuse to face within. When toxic people sense they're losing control, their shadow lashes out in desperation. It wants to pull you back, to restore the emotional imbalance that gave them power. But now you see differently. You feel the subtle tug of guilt, the manipulation wrapped in charm, and you no longer fall for it. That's because healing isn't just emotional, it's spiritual. It sharpens your intuition. It teaches you to feel the weight behind words, to recognize the energetic difference between truth and deception. And this is what they hate most. Not just that you're healing, but that you've started to see them clearly. You've removed the lens of idealization and now stand rooted in spiritual discernment. They'll call you cold. They'll say you've changed. But they won't mention how they once used your kindness as a weapon. They won't acknowledge the nights you cried yourself to sleep while they fed off your silence. Your growth is not convenient for them. It's confronting. It forces them to see that their power was never real, only borrowed from your pain. And now that you've reclaimed it, they stand exposed, powerless against your light. So they try again, not with violence, but with sweetness, confusion, nostalgia. They say, "I miss you," but what they mean is, "I miss controlling you." They ask for a second chance, but what they want is a second opportunity to drain you. Jung once said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul." That's why they come back when you heal, because your transformation forces them to face the truth they've spent years avoiding. But you are no longer available for that role. You are not here to be their emotional crutch, their silent victim, or their spiritual hostage. You are walking in clarity now. Your energy is protected. Your soul is alert. And every time you say no, every time you block, walk away, or hold your peace, you are not being cruel. You are being whole. That is what spiritual strength looks like. And that is exactly why they fear you now. If this truth resonates with your soul, say it with conviction. My healing is mine. Their control ends with me. I choose peace over pain. Let this be your declaration of freedom. 7. The power of conscious response. When someone deliberately tries to harm you, to provoke you, to tear at your peace with precision, it's not always emotional chaos. Sometimes it's calculated. Carl Jung understood this and gave us a path not of retaliation, but of radical soul mastery. The strongest response to such intentional harm is not revenge. It is a conscious, grounded act that reveals your integrity and reclaims your spiritual authority. When you respond with calm presence instead of reactive rage, you break the invisible loop of shadow projection that the other person is unknowingly trapped in. You are no longer a mirror for their unconscious pain. You become a boundary. This is soul work, and it's not easy. It requires seeing the attack for what it is, a cry from their disowned self, projected onto you because your light disrupted their illusion. And yet, when you hold steady, when you respond rather than react, you do something alchemical. You protect your peace without becoming bitter. You maintain your dignity without needing validation. Jung taught that the unconscious, when left in the dark, will run your life, and those who hurt you often act from that very place, blind to their own shadow. But when you refuse to respond in kind, when you anchor in clarity and spiritual discernment, their shadow loses its grip. You are no longer feeding the dynamic with your energy, and in that moment, your soul speaks louder than any words. This is what spiritual strength looks like, not flashy defiance, but quiet self-possession. A refusal to let someone else's darkness dictate your light. A conscious choice to rise above the game rather than prove your worth inside of it. In doing so, you tell your nervous system that safety no longer depends on control, and that freedom is found in aligned restraint. It is not silence from weakness, but silence as sacred defiance. Their chaos cannot touch you if you no longer vibrate on the same frequency. You become untouchable, not because you fight harder, but because you've evolved beyond the need to fight at all. That is the power of the soul. Calm, discerning, unshakable, and it changes everything. 8. Your worth cannot be erased. No act of hatred, betrayal, or cruelty, no matter how calculated, can erase the value of your soul. Carl Jung's deep spiritual insight reveals that when someone sets out to harm you, it's not merely a moment of weakness or confusion. It's their shadow in action. This dark, unconscious part of their psyche projects its pain and envy onto you, not because of your flaws, but because of your light. You become a mirror, reflecting back to them everything they have suppressed, everything they fear, and everything they refuse to face within themselves. When they attack you, it's often because your growth threatens their stagnation, your healing threatens their wounds, and your truth threatens the illusions they live by. But none of this diminishes who you are. Your worth is not tied to their perception. Their hatred is not a measure of your failure. It is often proof of your evolution. Jung taught that the unconscious, when unacknowledged, directs human behavior in ways people don't understand. And when someone acts from that space, they are often unaware they are showing you who they are, not who you are. You may recognize this in real life. A jealous colleague who tries to block your success, a former friend who starts to compete with your peace, or a partner who subtly disrespects your boundaries once you begin to stand tall in your truth. These are not coincidences. They are spiritual echoes of shadow energy trying to pull you back into an old version of yourself. But you don't have to fight fire with fire. You don't need to prove your goodness, argue your innocence, or return the cruelty. Carl Jung believed in the silent victory of the awakened soul, the one who chooses not to retaliate, not because they are weak, but because they are wise. When you respond with silence, clarity, and grace, you win a battle they didn't even know they started. You rise beyond the battlefield and become untouchable, not because you're passive, but because you understand power differently. You know that real power is not loud, aggressive, or reactive. It is composed, rooted, and aware. I once knew a woman who was constantly disrespected by her supervisor at work, dismissed, sabotaged, talked down to. Everyone saw it. She never fought back with anger. She remained calm, did her work with excellence, and never stooped to pettiness. Months later, her quiet strength caught the attention of someone higher up, and she was offered a promotion that left her supervisor stunned and irrelevant. She didn't just succeed, she transcended. This is what Carl Jung meant when he spoke of transformation through awareness. When we stay conscious of who we are and refuse to let unconscious people drag us into their chaos, we don't just survive, we evolve. So when someone tries to destroy you, don't internalize it as truth. Recognize it as their soul's cry, their shadow lashing out, their spiritual immaturity mistaking destruction for control. Don't let them rewrite your story. Your soul is too sacred, your light too radiant, your journey too important. Hold your ground, speak only when necessary, and let your peace speak volumes. Because when you remain rooted in your worth, you teach others that no shadow can touch a soul that has remembered its light. And that is a truth Carl Jung would want you to live by, not just understand. To affirm your inner worth and the strength it takes to rise above betrayal, declare it now. Comment below. I know my value, to honor your journey and remind others that true power lies in silent self-respect. Thank you for joining us today on Spiritual Wisdom. If this message opened your eyes to hidden truths and helped you see human behavior in a deeper light, you're not alone. Carl Jung taught us that beneath every action lies a shadow, sometimes wounded, sometimes dangerous, but always revealing. As you move forward, stay aware, protect your peace, and trust your intuition. If you found this video insightful, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel. Hit the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos that guide you through the hidden layers of the soul and the truth behind human connection.